you're able to lower the amount of time that you're actually in the race, which is very exciting. We're seeing here the leaders of the pack are right around a 150. That's going to put them at about a 7-minute, 20-second 2K if they can hold that pace. And then rounding out up to as high as a 2, that'll be about an 8-minute 2K. So we're looking for that split to just keep dropping throughout this race. But really right here, now that we're into the first 250, we want to see consistency really for the next 1,000 meters. We want them to just hold the same split over and over again. And, you know, Lauren, that's one of the biggest challenges we see on the Erg here is just staying over and over again, the same number, the same number, being consistent every stroke. You know, as the lactic acid starts to build, as the breathing starts to get a little harder, you know, maybe you got a little pounding in your ears and everything's getting pretty intense.
That's right.
You don't want to keep pushing as hard as you were pushing, but that's what makes a rower, is you got to just keep moving that boat.
So now, early on in the race, we're about 500 meters in, so the first quarter, we see that Ergs 5, 6, and 7 are all very close, within 4 meters of each other. So that's, right now, Harry Yang has just a little bit of an edge over Howie Mandel, who has just a little bit of an edge over Matthew Sayers. So it's going to be real tight through those top 3. We see Erg 8, Eugene Lee, sort of hanging right in there. And so it'll be interesting to see how these sort of top 4 shake out. And then the next bunch, really the next 4, are actually all pretty close to each other as well. So this should be a pretty good and competitive race.
Right, we've got about 2 strategy there, and a slight correction we're getting now from our producers. It appears that there's been it was actually Jack Ford who in lane 8 there, who's in 4th place. Eugene Lee in lane 9, right around 8th place overall, but he's really in that second cluster of Ergs there. Two very tight groupings, and as we approach the last 1,000 meters here, what we can expect is to kind of see maybe the field spread a little bit more and see really who wants it. And also, you know, as we saw last year, we can expect more jokes about Howie Mandel in this race and how he has the same name as the guy from Deal or No Deal, because we just couldn't let this 2,000 meters go without bringing that up. That would be a deal breaker.
Do you think he's going to go for the deal on this one?
I don't know. We'll see if the banker calls and what kind of offer he's getting. But I think this could be $1 million race for Howie if he can hold the lead, which he's got now. But he's the pace is slowing a little bit here for Howie. So we're going to see if he can hold on to that 150. And right now it looks like it's Matthew Sayers or Harry Yang who are giving him the biggest run for his money. But as we approach the 1,000 meter mark here, Howie seems to be holding closest to that 150 pace. Matthew, Harry, and Jack are all around 155 now. And then we've got our next group in the 2s. So as we can see, you know, the pace is dropping here for a lot of the rowers. And this is kind of that concern we had, especially with the U17 guys, that we'll see that drop off in the second half, which we want to avoid.
All right, so our sort of top cluster of 4 is just crossing the 1,000 meters. That's the halfway point. So, as Jacob said, it's time to sort of recommit to the second half of the race, keep that pace consistent, and try to take it home.
And it really looks like that top cluster of 4 is becoming a top cluster of 3 with Howie in the lead there, and then Matthew about 9 meters behind, Harry another 14 or 15 meters behind that. Jack is kind of fallen off a little bit. He's about 40 meters behind now, and now struggling just to keep the pace around a 2. That 155 seems to be elusive, so it's going to be interesting to see in this last 750 if Jack can kind of recommit to that pace, bring it down, and keep in the fight for a top 3 finish here, or if he's going to fall off. And we can see the back of the field here now really stratifying as well. Eugene, the pace is really slipping down. He seems to be falling back with Tim. They're both around a 210, so it's going to be interesting to see if Tim can pull his way out of last. He was holding, kind of pacing off the back of the group here throughout the race, and now it's going to be a tight race between him and Eugene for the last, who can finish ahead. But we've got that, and then we've got 4 and 5, Amon and William
making
holding
a push
in
here
the middle of the pack here. It's going to be a tight race between the 2 of them, it looks like, although right now Amon has the edge and is pacing slightly ahead. Someone's got to get William to really drop that pace down, and he's made an adjustment there. We see a 203, but that's a killer move right there. He's kind of bouncing back and forth, 203, 207, and the inconsistent pressures, it really does get exhausting there.
It does.
Oh no, Amon seems to have missed a stroke there. The split really shot up.
Oh, he's bringing it back.
He's dropping it back down, but you know, as rowers, when you get into that kind of, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, you have to exert a lot more energy to keep the
Yep.
flywheel in motion, and it really will wear you out. Coming in this last 500 now, we should expect to see the rowers building up the stroke rate as they get into this final push here. This is going to be a really all-out. You can hear heavy breathing, coughing. They're really pushing it here. We want to make sure they're staying long, getting connected, still rowing well, and not just flailing back and forth. But
I actually
this
think
is the time to empty the
technique
tank.
here looks pretty good. Good job to our men's coaching staff. These boys are rowing well, so that's always a good sign. If you can see on the screen, we got a lot of people here cheering them on for the first race of the day. Always exciting. Keep them going right to the very end.
Right, we're very excited to have a lot higher attendance this year. Ticket sales were much better than last year. But just a reminder, those of you watching or if you're here in attendance, don't forget to tune in on the live stream on YouTube to hear a top-notch commentary from our play-by-play talent here. Even if you're watching the race, don't trust your own eyes. Trust us.
That's right.
Right. So,
okay. Last 200 meters here, Jacob. It looks like Howie is pulled ahead by about 16 meters.
yeah, it looks like case number 7 might be the winning case here in this game of Deal or No Deal, but Matthew is not going down without a fight. He's now pacing ahead of Howie. He's dropped it below 150, and he is closing the gap.
He is.
Every stroke, he's picking up about a meter, but it's going to be interesting to see if it's early enough. Oh, but last 100, Howie seems to be taking his foot off the gas. It's going to be a tight finish here. Matthew down to 14, now 13 meters. He's pacing one split ahead. Is it early enough? Did he go too late? He seems to have not made his move early enough. And Matthew is pushing. He's pushing, but it looks like it's going to be Howie as we approach the last 20 meters here. 3 more strokes maybe for our top 3 finishers. Jack closing in now on Harry, but it looks like it's going to be Howie in first, Matthew in second, and Harry's going to be the third rower to cross the line here. So lanes 5, 6, and 7, not in that order, are our final finishers, right around a 7:30. Howie almost at 7:25. Really would have liked to see him drop below that, but.
And here comes Jack.
And now here comes Jack closing it out. He's got about 6 meters left to go, and now Jack crosses the finish line. And who's going to be next? It looks like it's going to be
a tight race between lane 10 and lane 4.
Amon and Williams out here. They're very tight, but Amon is ahead, and he's pacing slightly ahead of Williams. So it looks like Amon here should close out in 5th. And then we've got 3 boats here. Tim really making a comeback. Is it going to be enough, though? Is he going to be able to catch Eugene and James? And it looks like James is going to be the next one across the line. We're seeing here in the far lane, closest to the announcing booth.
Here comes James.
And now it's
line.
Tim and Eugene. They both got about 2 strokes left. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the first race of the day.
Woo!
And
yeah. All right, so if you have just joined us, you have joined the 2022 Crash AJs. This is the second year we've done this here at our 245 Azalea Drive location.
245 Azalea Drive, and yeah, this is the second annual Crash AJs 2022, although not the second one in 2022.
Correct.
The first one in 2022, but the second one ever. And if that's a lot of 2s, then
that means lucky.
Just wait, we got more because we're about to enter our second race.
And you are here with, I am Coach Lauren. I work with the varsity and novice women's team here at AJRA. Would you like to introduce?
I am Coach Jacob, and I also sometimes coach, although not as much as I used to.
But we brought him back just for this announcement gig.
What can I say? The people love me. And by the people, I mean my mom sometimes. So our next race that we have, like we said, is our second race of the day. If you're just tuning in, tell your friends, tell your neighbors to tune in too. We've got some amazing play-by-play talent here calling the game. But we've just finished our first race of the U17 Men's Flight 1, and now we'll be moving into the U17's Women's Flight 2. So what that's going to be is women who are under 17 and who are in the first flight will be competing in this race.
Yeah.
And what you're looking for in a U17 rower is a rower who is under 17 years of age. In this calendar year. So they're done by calendar years because of like French people or something, I don't know. And it's something with like international rowing, but I don't know. I'm not a legal expert.
Right.
Okay.
But what that means for us is that typically these are first or second year rowers, so a little bit newer to the sport. They're typically freshmen or sophomore in high school. And when we look for them to race, we're looking for improvement. Right? This is the kind of athlete that improves literally every time they get on the erg, and we're looking for consistency.
Right. And unlike me, they're not still 17 in the 3rd grade, so that was That was a tough one for me, 3rd grade, but I
I can
finally got it
imagine.
figured out.
That
So
was
yeah,
probably hard.
the rowers we're gonna have today in this race in lane 3. That's furthest away from the announcing. Well, we'll wait till the rowers actually get on the ergs to start this, to go through the lineups. But we've got about 8 rowers, and they're seated based on expected previous how they've done historically. So in the center lane is going to be your highest seed, and then subsequently we'll work outward from there. Last race pretty much turned out almost exactly by the seedings.
Yep.
No surprises there in our last race. We saw Howie Mandel. It was a question of deal or no deal for him, and he made that deal, finishing first, and then right next to him, then second and third, and kind of worked his way outward. So we'll see if that's the same thing here for the U17 women, or if there's anybody who's got a little trick up their sleeve, a little.
Well, and I do think, this is the time where I expect we're going to see some good surprises out of this group. This is a group that I have the pleasure of coaching, and some of these rowers just started rowing, I will say, literally 2 weeks ago, and some have been here. They started in the fall. And I think this is going to be, are going to see some good performance out of this group. We're going to see some good PRs, meaning personal records, and some good surprises.
Right. It's like Anakin said to Count Dooku, you'll find I'm full of surprises. And that really is true of these U17 rowers. I mean, so many of them have no experience with the 2K race, or very limited experience. They've only done it a couple times.
Yep.
This is some of them their first spring season, so they're still discovering how to really go really fast. And there's really nothing like a 2K, is there, Lauren? It is.
I guess so.
I mean, I would say that maybe a 1900 or a 2100 would be kind of similar, but we don't really race those because that's not our spring racing distance. A 2K is very unique. It's a little over a mile for those of you who don't know the metric system, which the metric system is something they use in France or something. I don't know.
Yeah, somewhere.
Because of France, or maybe everywhere else in the world. It's almost like we should be using it too. I don't know.
No. But for those who are new to the sport of rowing, 2,000 meters is the standard distance of a race in the spring season. So when we get on the water and our racing crews on the water, it is 2,000 meters as well.
Right. And those 2,000 meter races, they are typically just a straight line right down the course. We start
hope it's a
side by
straight line.
side. just right. Unless you're in Philadelphia, because Philadelphia is a special place. But they, just like on the ergs here, they start side by side and they're going right down the course next to each other. You can see your competition, and you've really just got to push past them and move from the middle of the pack up to the front of the field. So we kind of simulate that here on the ergs. But as we said, this is a pretty new experience for some of our novice, not novice, U17 rowers. And they can really just pull something special out. We've seen that a lot. Last year we saw that. For those of you who don't remember last year, the live stream, I think, still up. You can go watch it. If you want to hear more of our announcing after today, you say, man, 5 hours of Jacob and Lauren is just not enough. Well, don't worry. There's another 5-hour video from last year.
Yes, or you can just rewatch this. All right. So it looks like you could probably see on the screen right now, our athletes are warming up. We'll probably get started in just one more minute. We're running about 10 minutes behind here, but that's okay. We will catch up.
If there's one thing we can expect today, it's a lot of speed. It's going fast. So
that's right.
we will absolutely be catching up. Lauren, it's a cold day out here today. I see you're dressed very warmly. It's really important that our athletes warm up before these races and make sure they're preparing properly. What did you do to prepare for our announcing today? Because I think it's also good for us to prepare just while we're waiting here.
Well, the first thing is I got my caffeine allotment so that I'm nice and awake.
Good.
Number two, I did some vocal cord stretches and, singing in the car on the way here. And the last thing is I made sure that I'm wearing my survival suit so that I stay nice and toasty throughout the day.
Good.
What about you, Jacob?
Well, they don't allow me to have caffeine.
Okay.
I've been told that's against the rules, but I did go ahead and watch the pod racing scene from Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, multiple times just to prepare for that kind of racing environment. And the two-headed monster that calls the races there. But I don't speak Hutt-ese, so if you want to be the one who speaks the Hutt language during this, we could emulate. Have you seen that?
No, and
they've got this. So they're calling the race, and there's this guy. He's got two heads, and he's both announcers, but one of them is speaking in English, and the other one's speaking in the Hutt language.
Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. All right, it looks like we're getting ready. Very excited right now because lots of support from our women's team. If you can see on the screen, there's usually one or two people sitting directly on a white chair, directly behind the athletes on the ergs. They are there to encourage them and sort of keep them going, and it's always nice when you have your teammates there to support you. So right now we are waiting for the flywheels, meaning the wheel on the erg, to stop. This is so that it's all all the ergs start from a dead stop, so it's a nice even starting field.
Yeah, and it really is nice. One of the benefits of this event, unlike our normal erg test, is we're just going a few racers at a time, and so these people behind them, coxswain, they could be anybody else on the team. You can get someone, we have a limited supply of coxswains normally during an erg test. In a race, you've only got one for the whole boat, but each person can actually ask someone specifically to be their coxswain, and we see a lot of these younger athletes, and now we're getting ready to start here. And they're off, but yeah, we see a lot of these younger athletes getting support from some of the older athletes, maybe some of the seniors and juniors. We can see coxing them, and you really love to see that support across the team, supporting each other.
Yep.
So,
all right. We're off with 6 athletes. On your screen, you should be able to see them racing. We will provide the play-by-play on where they stand right now. And so we're off to, usually rowers get going real fast in the first 100 meters, which they've just finished. And then they need to get into a consistent rhythm and pace that will hopefully last them for the next 1,500 to 1,800 meters. So right off the bat, we have Bianca Sicati in lane 6 off to a pretty good start. Just 3 meters over Ella, who's now in second place, and about 8 to 6 meters over Gwen and Nailani, who are basically tied for third place right now.
Right.
So it looks like it's going to be a very tight race between our top 4 at the moment.
And then rounding out the rest of the race here, we have in 5th place Grayson Snow in lane 8, Layla Terry in lane 3, currently at the back of the pack, and then Leah Robinson not there at all. Really not a good showing from her so far today, but we'll check in later on that. So yeah, it looks like pretty strongly in the lead here we have Bianca. She's pacing ahead of just about everybody else, but Nailani is giving her a run for her money. They're pacing pretty close, and now Nailani has actually pulled ahead in the pace on Bianca, so we'll see. But it's early yet. What we really want here is just to see the same number over and over again. And Lauren, what kind of splits are you expecting from our U17 athletes in this one?
Yeah, so typically we'd like to see between the 210 and 215-ish, but again, these are first-year rowers, and really what we're looking for is a personal record. Did you improve? We at the women's team did a 2K about a month ago, and we just want them to get faster, and right now it looks like everybody is on track to get faster. So that's very exciting as a coach.
Right, and we're side by side here, we're racing against each other. And in the spring races we talked about, we're always racing side by side. But the most important thing, and the reason why we show up here every day, is are you beating yourself? Are you better than you were yesterday? And that's ultimately the goal here. When it comes down to it, in that race, there may be 100 other boats, there may be one other boat, you may be alone, but it's really going to come down to you, and if you can push yourself to be better than you were before, and if you can demand that of yourself, you're going to do well. So now, really tight pacing here among our top 4 rowers. It's a strong. Bianca and Nailani are
neck and neck
with Ella right behind them, but and Gwen is close too, but her pacing looks to be inconsistent. She's having a hard time finding that. She's around a 210 but bouncing up to a 220 as well. But now we've got Ella actually pacing ahead of Bianca and Nailani, seeing if she's kind of making her move here now as we approach this for the halfway mark of this race, coming in on that first 1,000 meters. And Ella really whipping it down here. We saw a 2:02 there from her.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's kind of trying to find the resistance or what's going on, and now she's kind of bounced up. So concerning here from Ella. Wonder what's going on mentally with this athlete. She's kind of bouncing around, and we just want to see, again, we keep talking about the word consistency, but it really does matter. Going this flywheel, which simulates the resistance of the water on the erg, if you kind of slow down and let that fan come to a stop, and then you have to pick it back up again, you have to put a lot more work in, expend a lot more energy just to get it back up to speed. If you can just keep it rolling,
Right.
kind of like if you're just spinning along a wheel.
But I do think a lot of this is with our, younger, newer athletes. A lot of it is just mental consistency and toughness, and that is really hard. I probably still can't do that, and I've been in the rowing world for over 20 years. And so, that's what we try to train towards on the water and on the erg every time we practice. And so, you know, you might see some bouncing, but that's okay because that's exactly what we work on. Oh, looks like right now we have tied dead for first place right now. Neilani and Bianca going back and
neck and neck.
Oh,
And it looks like Neilani is getting in Bianca's head because Bianca here is now really struggling to find her pace. She seems to be uncertain as she's fighting here with Neilani for the lead. And Neilani has now officially pulled ahead by a meter and pacing ahead of Bianca. Can she continue to expand this lead? Neilani seems to have realized now she's in the lead. She's dropped her pace a little bit. We want to make sure that she can hold this into this next 1,000 meters. We're through the halfway mark of the race for the first 5 boats, and Layla is just right behind them. Should be crossing that 1,000-meter mark any minute now, as we're about 5 minutes in here to this race. The field is really spreading out now. We've got a pretty tight race for first, and then it's Ella in third. A tight race for fourth between Gwen and Grayson. Yes, I'm like, where's Leah Robinson? But again, we don't know. She's with Carmen Sandiego, I guess, and
probably.
That's a pretty old reference. Sorry about that.
I'm sure our viewers understand.
I'm sure they do. I think I referenced that one last year too.
I think what's excellent, if you notice, Neilani has really kept the split within really probably 3 or 4. I mean, she pulls it down for a stroke or two, but then it comes back right around that 212 to 215, right? And that's where we see, again, as we keep saying, consistency through the middle of the piece. That's what's going to help you get ahead.
Right.
And so we hope she's about 700 meters to go. Let's keep it up, Neilani.
And the more consistent you are throughout that race, the more energy, the more confidence, the more ability you're going to have in that last 500, that last 400 to just really rip it down and just empty the tank. And that's kind of a skill. Again, we talk about building that mental strength, that mental toughness. That's kind of a skill we want to continue developing as rowers, and that's one of the biggest things we are looking for. And so the race is going on here, and they're still pushing as we're approaching now the 500-meter mark. No big changes in the lead, but it's it's still a tight race, and first place is still up for grabs between the top 2 finishers. But Neilani here, really long strokes, looks to be consistent. You can definitely see across the board there's definitely fatigue happening among the rowers, but they're pushing through it and doing the best they can.
And what I love to see is that we've worked a lot about keeping your technique and rowing consistent, even when you get tired. And what I'm really proud, what I can see from these athletes, is that they are doing that, all right? You can see Layla right here in the middle of the screen right now, and she's rowing pretty well, even though she's getting tired. And so that's something that is a big win, I think, for all of us here.
Yeah, and as coaches, when we look at an erg score, yes, it shows us, how fit you are and what your level of power is and how fast you are. But what it really says, like one of the biggest things it says, is how well can you maintain your technique at the end of the race. And that's really something that's so important, because the technique is what enables you to actually move the boat and go fast. And so if you have the fitness to be consistent across the board, your technique is going to be the same. And so with the same technique, you're going to be effective rowing.
Well, since I coach these girls, I'm going to leave it to Jacob for just 1 minute, and I'm going to go see how they are finishing up. I will be right back.
And just so you know, this is the one thing they told Lauren not to do, was to leave me unattended by a microphone. But look, here we are, and it seems to be all right. And Coach Lauren now is there and doing what Coach Lauren does best, yelling at the rowers to try and motivate them. So it's very exciting, and it really is a tight race, and we're seeing what's going on. And yeah, I really. It appears, getting some notes from my producer, and yeah, we're closing in now, and you can hear the excitement from the spectators. They're amping up.
And it's really an exciting race right now. Neilani still remains in first place by about maybe 30 meters or so, but Ella has made a big push here in the sprint and is now in second place over Bianca, and Bianca holding a tight third.
Yep, so yeah, it looks like it's Neilani now crossing the finish line in first in about 8:49, And right behind
Here
her
comes Ella.
is
Good
Ella.
sprint, Ella.
And our early leader, Bianca, now crossing in third. So a good finish here from Bianca. We could have, maybe paced a little bit better. But this is kind of an example of what we see of maybe going out and then not being able to hold the lead the whole time. You really just want to hold with the pack and then pull ahead at the end. So the strategy is something that obviously is still developing in these young rowers.
Sometimes the strategy is just finish.
Sometimes the strategy is more of a strategery, and sometimes the strategery, like Lauren said, is just cross the finish line. And that's something that I think we really commend. Is the standard of you're going to finish the race, and there's no other option. And it's harder than it seems. I mean,
yes,
that's our standard, and anything else would be unacceptable. But we do have to really credit it because every muscle in your body is telling you just stop, just don't do that. Why are you putting yourself through this torture? But these athletes, they have that tenacity, they have that determination, and they have the discipline to say, I'm going to cross that finish line.
That's right.
And we got to respect that.
So our first heat of the U17 women has just wrapped up. As we mentioned, Neilani crossed the line first with Ella Williams second, Bianca Saccotti third. Gwen was fourth, Grayson fifth, and Layla sixth. What I'm really excited about from these 6 young women that I have the pleasure of coaching is that they all brought it down at the end. They all found some, juice at the very end of the race to keep it going and cross that finish line with, as much energy as they could possibly muster. As I mentioned earlier, I'm also very happy. I think they stayed technically sound in rowing through that, and so all around excited about where these 6 athletes are going to go with their rowing career.
Yes, it's very exciting. It's good. I mean, the term we use is negative splitting, Lauren, and that's where your split, which tells you how fast you're doing each 500 meters, and we see that split every stroke. That's that number we're seeing. It's like a 140 or 150 or a 2 or whatever we're seeing there. That's the split, and you want your split to be the fastest as you cross the finish line,
that's
going
right.
down the stairs throughout the race.
All right, so next up, we are having our second flight, meaning the second grouping of our U17 men. As mentioned, this means you cannot turn 17 this calendar year because of some rule in France that Jacob referenced.
You also can't have turned 17 in a previous calendar year. Not only can you not be 17, you have to be under it. I tried to enter. They said, no, you can't do that. You have a broken leg. So.
That's fair.
Also, I'm not 17.
So we have, it looks like 9 athletes in this flight. So we're expecting to see some big scores from this group. Several of these athletes are second-year rowers, which is great. Great news for our team that they're here and really competitive. And Jacob, you've coached these athletes. What do you think you're going to see from this group?
Well, I think we're definitely going to see some erging on the machines, and
Good.
I think they're probably going to go around 2,000 meters if I had to guess.
Well, that's great.
I think in terms of what kind of splits we can see, I'm optimistic. We're going to have some people breaking 150, which would put them around a 720, and then once we get below that, we will maybe see someone around a 145 would be exciting. Breaking that 7-minute mark is a huge mark for a men's athlete. That's a big milestone, and to see some of the athletes cross that milestone today would be really exciting.
That would be very
and there's
exciting.
definitely the potential to do that within this group. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. That 145 number and that 150 number are big numbers to watch for. But most importantly, we're looking for improvements. We're looking for PRs. If we're getting better every day than we were the day before, just by even 1%, then we're going to be a lot better. That's the power of compound interest. And
that's right.
And that's from our first reminder at Vanguard Investments to make sure that you are investing in your future. It's never too early to start investing for retirement.
And just so you know, we
We're
are not
sponsored.
actually getting paid by any sponsors here. But if you would like to do that next year, just let Jacob know, and he'll pocket the money and talk about your company.
Absolutely, yeah. I do love being a corporate shill. So, what's the word?
I have no idea what you're going for there. All right, here we go. Exciting news. Our third race of the day, which is the second flight of the U17 men, is going to be starting in just a minute. Right now we're waiting for all of the ergs wheels to stop so that everyone's starting from a dead stop. We are making up some time here. We're only now 10 minutes behind, which is great news. We will definitely catch up by the end of the day. And we're excited to get going here.
Yes, we're very excited. We got one flywheel, and the flywheels have now stopped. All the ergs are completely still.
They look ready. Attention. Go. Here they go. They're off. Again, everybody usually starts the first 100 meters or so just ready to go, ready to get that split down, and then it's on them to get into a nice consistent pace through the middle of this race. So early on, we see that lane 6, Ethan, has just taken off for the first, about 100 meters or so. Let's see where he gets. He's a sub 140 pace at the moment, which is pretty fast. And
Right.
Let's see what he can do.
A lot of times we want to see him hammer down that split to start out and just kind of get the flywheel moving with a few big strokes. But then by the time we're getting to that 200 meters in mark, at that 1800 meter mark, we really want to see them settle at that pace they're trying to hit, or maybe one split above that pace they're trying to hit for the rest of the race. So Ethan settling here is going to be a big thing, just to find out where he needs to be. But yeah, we're seeing a couple athletes settle in here. Rohan, Edward, Turner, all settling in for that pace. Dominic, all settling in for that place. Dom, I should say, all settling in for that pace below a 145. So we'll see if they can hold that now throughout the day. And we're just looking here. We have some data from these athletes and how they've performed previously. So we'll be updating that with whether or not they're PRing. But, I tell them before the race, I always say to these guys, I say,
What do you
concentrate
say?
on the moment.
Okay. That's
Feel.
good advice.
Don't think.
That's good advice.
Trust your instincts.
Yeah, those are always good advice.
May the force be with you.
Yeah, I guess that would also be good advice.
Yep, that's what I always say. It's a quote from Qui-Gon Jinn. So.
All right. We are getting through the first 25% of this race, so first 500 meters. And right now, Ethan is still in the lead by about 9 meters over Turner, who's pretty close. And then in that race for third, it's a pack between lanes 7, 8, and 9, so Rohan, Edward, and Dom, so pretty close. And then our third pack, actually, also lanes 2, 3, and 10 are also very close. That would be Henry, Matthew, and Mark. And so this is looking to be like a nice competitive race. Everyone has someone neck and neck. Just so you know, the athletes can see who is right in front of them and behind them in the race. So that helps sort of motivate them as they continue to go. And then they, of course, have their teammates and their coxswains right behind them yelling at them. Or I guess I should say encouraging them to keep going and going faster. So, everybody gets some level of encouragement here.
And we're really watching here. It looks like Ethan's leading the pack with Turner and Rohan right behind, but we're watching Edward in lane 8 and Turner in lane 5 looking today for their first time breaking 7 is going to be the goal for these athletes. So,
Nice.
So that should be exciting. Ethan seems now to have found a pace. He's settled in, although possibly a little higher than what he was aiming for a PR, but we'll see if he can bring that down throughout the day as we close in on that first 1,000 meters. A lot of these athletes are used to competing later in the day. It's definitely tough this early in the morning to wake up and perform. So, but sometimes races, they can be early. You've got heats, you've got semis, you've got races throughout the day at certain regattas. So it's really just being able to answer the call, and when it's time to go, you have to be able to go. Sometimes, coach calls you in the middle of the night, says, I need you to pull a 2K right now, and you're like, Coach, it's 2 in the morning. You got to pull a 2K. That never actually happens.
That does not happen.
But one time I had a dream that it did.
But anyway.
And I got up and I sleepwalked and I did a 2K. It did terrible. I pulled like a 10-minute 2K because I was asleep during it.
And if you're listening to this, that's not normal. So as we're going through, our athletes have all crossed now the 1,000 meter mark, so halfway through. Very exciting, as Jacob mentioned, many of these athletes trying to pace to break 7, which would be 145 pace or lower. Many of them are right around there, so that's pretty good to keep it consistent through the middle and then try to bring it down the last 300 to 200 meters or so, depending on your race plan. I would say, it is sometimes harder going earlier in the morning, but sometimes it's nice not to have to think about this all day and just get it over and done with.
Oh, absolutely. Getting it out of mind is great. I always, when I would have a erg test, I'd be anxious not the whole day, the whole week, just leading up to it. I'm just thinking about it constantly, and sometimes you just gotta, like I said, trust your feelings, trust your instincts, don't think, and just go for it,
Yep.
and not be too in your head. But now we're really seeing the fatigue start to build, I think, as these athletes are really struggling to find that pace, keep it below that 145, and it's going to be tight to see if they can get there. I think for most of these guys here in the middle of the pack, trying to break 145, it's going to be that last 500 meters that kind of decides whether or not they do it. These guys on the edge, too. We've got Henry pacing pretty well, as well as Matthew and Dom and Mark, looking to have a shot at breaking 150. It's going to be close, but it's still within reach for all these guys hitting those big milestones, which is a really exciting for us this morning, our third race of the day. And,
you can hear the crowd getting more excited as our athletes cross the final 500 meters, so the last quarter of the race.
Indeed, a lot of energy there, and it's really great to see. I wish that the crowd was a little louder, and then you could almost hear them. Luckily, Coach Lauren and I are loud enough to drown out all that noise. Absolutely. And it's going to be interesting if these rowers can drown out the noise too and just focus on executing. And now we see Ethan seems to be entering into his sprint. How much is he going to be able to drop it down here over this last 300 meters? There's no room left to go. You have to, if you want to go, you got to go now. These guys have really got to get going. And we can see all the coaches there behind them pushing them on. A lot of their teammates, a lot of the upperclassmen are there cheering. Really exciting to see that. You know, that's my favorite part of these kind of events, is just seeing how cohesive we are as a team. We've got varsity men cheering for, we got the U19 guys cheering for the U17 guys. We got coxswains across multiple squads cheering each other on. We got the men's team, the women's team, coaches on both sides. Everybody just wants everybody to do well.
All right, let's go back to this. It does look like, for the moment, Ethan is in the lead, pacing right at about that 7-minute pace, so just a little bit lower you can break it. It looks like Rohan making a push here in lane 7, but starting to bring it down. Bringing it down,
but is it going to be enough? And Turner is really right on the edge, right near that 145 average. He's got about 100 meters left to see if he can break it for the first time, and he's really struggling here. The rates now are climbing. The athletes really exploding, flying up and down that slide. Making sure they're staying controlled is going to be crucial here, just to make sure that they can, still apply that power well. And it's really close, and it looks like there before 7 minutes is Ethan. Is Turner going to get there?
Yes, he did.
He did it right under the wire. Turner at a 6:59.5. That's a personal best for him. The first PR of the day. 7:07. That would be about a 146 something for Edward, which might also be a PR.
And Rohan at 7:02. Coach Jacob is going to be checking some of these PRs. Well, the whole group has finished, and wow, that was a really exciting finish and race for this group of U17 men. Coming out in first of this flight, we have Ethan with a 6:55, second Turner with a 6:59. Congratulations to both of those young men for breaking 7 minutes. Rounding out third is Rohan with 7:02, Edward in fourth with 7:07, Henry just edging out Dom, 7:15.4 over 17.
And that's a big PR there for Henry, it looks like, whose previous PR was looks to be a 7:27. So
that's
shaving
huge.
off about 3 splits there from Henry. Great performance by him. Really proud of that achievement. Not on the medal stand, but you know what? It's a great showing, and that's the kind of depth that we really are excited to see, and athletes who are going to be the future of this team.
Yep.
Having that kind of personal improvement from only a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
So.
And then in rounding out 7th and 8th, we have Matt Song, 7:19, and Mark, 7:21. So what's really nice about this group is that we got a lot of close finishes, which is always exciting, and it is always nice when you can see your teammates pushing you to be better, and so that's awesome job from this group of young men.
Great, yeah. You really do like to see that there.
All right, so our next event right now is going to be the Open Novice Men. Okay, so what does this mean? So the Open Novice Men is actually going to be, anyone can compete in it, but typically today we are going to see our neighbors from Georgia Tech here. Coach Jacob is an alum of this program, and this is really their novice men. So first-year collegiate rowers competing in this event.
And so, again, with it being open, that means that it's not closed, which means there's really no restrictions. Anybody could join it, but as long as they're a novice, they haven't competed in an event like this before. And that's the key. It's their first event. So these are mostly college-age athletes. In years past, there have been people who have come from CrossFit, from other workout places. We see an interesting group of people, but really these are a lot of college freshmen who maybe were athletes in different sports in high school or just really tall and got harassed on campus into joining the rowing team or what have you, but they've decided to join and be a part of it. So we're really excited to have them here joining us today at AJRA in this event. And again, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of splits they're pulling. If it's going to be similar to these U17 splits we just saw, or if a few years of growing helps them be a little faster. We'll see.
Yep, and we're very excited that Georgia Tech came to join us here for Crash AJs today. It's always great when you have collegiate athletes coming and really showing our younger athletes, that a lot of times they can also compete in college, which is a big thing here.
Right.
We love our athletes to know that they can go so many places and be super successful.
And it's important to know, it's called Crash AJs, and we've got another program here joining us, but they're actually not crashing the event.
Hopefully.
They were invited. So no Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn situation here today. But
unfortunately.
That being said, we're pretty excited to see this, and we're kind of running these events back to back to back right now as the athletes are on the ergs, just getting their final little warm-up in, because we're trying to get back on schedule. We're about 5 minutes behind, but we're making up ground. And now a word from our sponsors over at the Hammer Corporation.
So we just wanted everyone to see a little bit of a preview here of the sort of award. It is a hammer, a golden hammer, in fact, for winning races, events, and the team points. If you are second, you may get a little silver hammer, and just so many nice little things here that we are giving out to our award winners. And I can't think of anything else you'd want more than these kinds of awards sitting on your mantle. Jacob, yeah, thank you.
I'm a bell of the ball. So yeah, that's exciting. These big hammers that we saw, and really I think technically they're mallets, but these big hammers that we saw,
technically they are.
These big hammers that we saw are going to be for anyone who sets a record for these events. If you set a record for the event, you'll get a special hammer, and then there's also the little bitty hammers for if you place in that event. So we'll have a.
And given that this is the first time we're running an open men, novice men event here at Crash AJs, I believe that the winner of this event should get the big golden mallet, right?
Legally, I don't know if I can answer that, but it's entirely possible.
Okay. All right. So it looks like the athletes are just finishing their couple strokes on the erg right now to finish their warm-up. The fans are going to go quiet, and then they are going to get started. It will be interesting to see how many of these young men or older men will break 7 minutes. How fast will they go?
Yeah, I think how fast they go is really going to be dependent on their speed, the amount of speed that they put into this race, and how hard they're willing to push. So it's just going to be a question of from start to finish, how long that takes them, and that's going to be really the key for being the fastest they can.
This is accurate.
Yeah, so.
All right, here we go. They're sitting ready. Attention. And they're off.
And the race is underway. Right off the gun, we see a lot of them really dropping those splits. A lot of big power here. In lane 6, we're seeing right now sub 140, sub 135 pacing, and we'll see if they settle in now to find that 140 pace. For these athletes, 145 would be 7 minutes. A 140 would be 6 minutes 40 seconds. And one of the biggest milestones, I think, for a lot of rowers on the men's side is that 137.5 split, which gives you an overall time of under 6 minutes 30 seconds. That's kind of the next big benchmark after breaking 7 minutes. So we'll see. It doesn't look like anyone's pacing for that today, but we could definitely see some athletes in the 640s.
That would be awesome.
Which would be really exciting and great for the program there at Georgia Tech, our neighbors up the river. And the place where I went to school and had a great time for 4 years of suffering.
I would say this, Jacob, how did your ergs compare to this? I mean, you're going to tell us you're faster, I know, but...
Yeah, well, it's important to know that I didn't go in as a novice. I did have some experience here as an AJRA rower. Mm-hmm. So that is but I actually did compete in the novice event my first year because my coach was trying to steal some medals. I ran up against a few CrossFit athletes who were like giant 40-year-old mountain men, but it was all right. So yeah, back to this race, and not about me, even though, I could talk about that. Looks like Ben, I'm not going to try and say that last name, but it's definitely European, is in first place. And he's pacing right now about a 140, 139, looking to hopefully break that 640 pace. Right behind him, a tight race for second place between Matt and Phil, but Matt seems to be pacing a bit quicker than Phil. Looks like Phil went out pretty hard, but is now kind of struggling to maintain that pace. So we'll keep an eye on that. And it looks like the next person to be in third would maybe be Karthik. And then beyond that, we've got a lot of athletes right around that 150 number, pushing it. But it's a pretty clear lead here for Ben. A tight race for second, and then the field is pretty tight between lanes 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, and 11, which, by the way, I know is not how you're actually supposed to count. I know it goes 1, 7, 3, 9, 6, 12, but whatever. That's the order that they're in here. I do math. Like I said, I went to Georgia Tech. So we've got Ben, European last name, still in first place. Now the pace he's holding is about a 141, 142. Trying to see now as he approaches that first 1,000-meter mark, the halfway point, if he can maintain that pace of a 140. And he just continues to pull away from the field. In second place, Matt is behind him at a 134. 34 meters behind him, 35 meters behind him, pacing right around that 145. So it's going to take a really, really strong push here from Matt in the last 1,000 meters to catch Ben, but Matt does seem to be walking away from Phil, and it's going to just be a question of now Karthik actually giving Matt a push. It looks like Karthik is pacing a bit ahead of Phil here and might be pulling his way into third place. He's got about 10 meters left to make up, but at the pace he's holding, it looks like Karthik, if all things hold, should be pulling into third here by the end of this race. And then we've also got a tight race between Dan and Arya, both working to break 2, holding about that 158 pace and just trying to be consistent here. Really, really struggling with that consistency. We see the split rising up and down. And again, just like those U17 rowers, this is a pretty new experience for these novice athletes. And getting that pacing down, getting that consistency is something that takes time. It's like a muscle you have to build, in addition to actual, real muscles that make you go fast. And speaking of real muscles, Ben is really, really putting them on display here as he's going in that 140, 141, and just continues to walk away from the field. But now we're seeing Matt really, really bump the pace. He does not want Karthik to catch him. He's dropped it now down, and Matt's got his confidence is building. He really is clearly trusting himself here to execute in this final 700 meters of the race, because he was holding around a 145 and now he's kept it around a 142. So it's going to be exciting. He's putting the pressure on Ben a little bit to keep it up. If Ben starts to slip, Matt's going to be right there to catch him. But right now it looks like Ben is pretty consistent, and exciting display here from Matt. And now Karthik has passed Phil, so Karthik has now moved into third place, but it's really, really, at this point,
Ben is just sort of taking away.
Ben is taking the lead, and Matt's got a pretty comfortable control of second. It's gonna take a really big push for Karthik to pick up 50 meters here on Matt in this last 400, or last 500, but it's really a race for third, and then a race for fifth is going to be tight too.
Yep.
And behind that, but Ben is just really separating himself from the field. And as our top 3, top 4 athletes cross the 500-meter mark, it's going to be a question of what they've got left in the tank to sprint. Ben
like
really
Ben
pushing for that breaking 140, but he's got to drop it a little more here if he wants to hit it, that 640 number. He's going down now. He's inside 300. Ben is inside 300, and we're just going to watch here to see if Ben can break this 140 split. He's dropped it now to a 137. He's bringing up the rate, but it's going to take a little bit more than that. He's only got about 20 strokes left, and he's got to bring down that average if he wants to hit that number. It's close.
Oh, here he goes.
Here he goes. 136, 136. Can he break it below 145 in this last 150 meters? Can he bring it below a 135 average? That's what it's going to take to get him down to that number he wants to hit. Meanwhile, Matt is really pushing down. He's going to probably break that 145, but can he bring it down a little more? Can he get his average, his split below 140 and just really see this last 100, 200 meters? It's going to hurt no matter what. And the key for these athletes is to just empty the tank. Just absolutely go go ballistic, and just how much can you bring your average down. You know, and the scary thing is that sometimes you see people like what Ben's doing right now. They don't close it out super strong. That last couple strokes
Right.
can really build it back up, and that's scary. So Ben now closing with a 6:41. A good showing here from Ben. I'm sure he would have liked to break that 6:40, but a strong performance. Matt now 6:53, really commandingly below. And now in this last 50 meters, it's Karthik really fighting to break that 1:45. Is he going to get there? No, but is he going to get to a 1:47? And it looks like he's there, sub 1:47. Good showing there from Karthik. And now in fourth place, it looks like it's going to be Phil. Really strong start from Phil. Struggled with the pacing through the middle of the race, but closing it out here in a respectable fourth place, breaking 7:20, which might be a mark for him. That's good. And then now it looks like it's Lane in lane 9. It's Lane, and Lane the plane they call him, Lane the train. And Lane the train there in
And
fifth. Right behind him is Mayon.
Just edged out Lane the train there by 3 seconds.
You're right. Wow. Lane the train's got to be disappointed with that. It was a tight one, but really exciting. And then in the finish here, about 10 meters separating Dan and Aria. Who's it going to be? Looks like Dan's pacing ahead, trying to catch up, but is it going to be enough? Did he wait too late to start his sprint? It looks like it's going to be Aria, and then crossing finally is Dan right above that 2-minute split. Would have liked to see him drop it there, but a strong showing from everyone except for Sim, who didn't show at all. But hey, that's fine. You know, some will win, some will lose. Others are born to sing the blues, as they say in the band Journey. So
That's true. All right. Well, so good showing from our novices from Georgia Tech here, Novice Men. Ben taking home the gold here. First time we've run this event, 6:41. Georgia Tech has got to feel good about that showing from a novice, don't you think, Jacob?
Right. And you know, it's been a tough couple of years at Georgia Tech, the coronavirus pandemic, a lot of graduating seniors in 2020, and then a lot of restrictions on the team, unable to really recruit, practice, and build the team, change in the coaching staff. And it's really exciting here to see these novice men who are kind of the future of that program have such a good showing and such a good performance. I know their coach, Tim, who was a former Georgia Tech rower himself, has got to be really excited about that and kind of building the future of that Georgia Tech team, who are great neighbors here on the Chattahoochee River, which
Yes.
is, as always, a little bit gross.
Ethan. All right, so while we're waiting for our next race, which is the second flight of the U17 Women, we are going to bring our gold medal, or gold mallet athlete here from the U17 Men. This is Ethan. Ethan, why don't you stand right in the middle here? So
Ethan, how does it feel to win the U17 event?
It feels great. It wasn't the best piece, but I'm glad I won.
Ethan, what's your last name?
Huff.
How you spell it?
Hough.
So is it still kind of
Yeah.
funny that I said how?
Yeah,
I think that
we
pun
can
still kind
only
of works.
see you got to get a little on our level here. You know, I'm pregnant. I can't stand. So
And
why
my
don't
leg is broken. I also can't stand. Not
So,
that it's a competition,
Ethan,
but
was that a PR for you today?
No, it was not.
And it was not. So you can go even faster is what you're telling us.
Yes.
Okay, that's exciting news.
yes. And Ethan, you this is your first Crash AJs, is it not?
It is, yeah.
Yeah. Are you a sophomore?
Yeah.
Yeah, sophomore at
Saint Pius.
Saint Pius. Very one of the most pious saints, I would say, was Saint Pius.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So anyway, congratulations
Yes.
on your mallet here, U17 Men. Very exciting. You know, don't hit anything with that.
I won.
Yeah. Okay.
Be nice.
All right. Congratulations, Ethan.
Thank
We're
you.
excited about what you'll do in the future here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. So obviously he's got his mallet there. I mean, I wouldn't say he's really, you know, he's no Thor, but it's all right. It's nice, nice kid. Ethan, one of our first year rowers, and we're very excited to see about what he's going to do there in the future. Not a PR from him today, but still a good showing. And you know, it's really tough. Week in, week out to PR every time. It's
Yep.
you know, it's a high expectation. It's what we want to see, but you know, sometimes you don't always have the best race, and even the littlest thing can really throw you off. Still executing well, still showing up and performing and fighting to win is good. And now we can hear singing of happy birthday to someone. It looks like the Georgia Tech rower.
Coach Emily.
Coach Emily, who's a coach at Georgia Tech and at HRA, seems to be celebrating her birthday.
Probably 21st birthday. Happy birthday, Coach Emily.
Right, yeah. So that's going to mean she's not able to compete in the U17 event. But that's okay. They've given her a balloon, which is what everyone wants for their birthday.
Absolutely.
I always say, I wish I had more balloons.
Yep. All right, well, right now we're getting ready for the second flight of the U17 Women. This is a group of young women that I have the pleasure of coaching. Super pumped about this race. We are hopefully going to see, I think the goal for several of these athletes is to break 8 minutes. A couple of them should be primed and ready to go to do that. And then others have other goals that are around 8:10, 8:20, etc. So I'm super pumped to watch these girls go.
Yeah. In 2 lanes side by side, we've got. I'm gonna wait here a second.
Alice Lee and Piper Lee.
Alice Lee and
They are,
Piper
in
Lee,
fact,
who
not
are in fact
related.
not related, but they do have relations to other AJRA Lees,
Yes.
who are also unrelated. So, Alice Lee, the cousin of former AJRA rowers Oscar and B. Lee,
Yes.
and Piper Lee is the sister of famous, infamous varsity man Zach Lee.
That's right.
Um,
And then, of course, Lacey New here is the younger sister of the famous twins of the varsity women, Annabelle and Elizabeth.
right, the slightly older news.
All right, they're off. Here we go. So again, as we know, we keep saying first 100 meters, everyone's trying to get that wheel going, split down, and then at about 1900 or so, we're trying to get into a pace that can be consistent across really across the next 1800 meters or so. And so right off the bat, Megan Hurd and Alice Lee pretty much neck and neck here for the first 1500 meters, 15 strokes or
The
so.
lead is bouncing forth between them, but it looks like Megan is pacing slightly ahead of Alice, but now they've both settled in now. We're holding that 158, 159 split, and it could be a dogfight between these two all day. They are really, both very, very promising athletes. And but, you know, there's a lot of other people in this race. It's really anyone's race at this point, and
Yep.
this is what's so great about U17 is it can be a surprise because out of nowhere, we saw it in flight 2 of the men's. We had an athlete PR by 12 seconds,
Right.
which is huge, and that could happen to anyone. Never happened to me. I don't know what's up with that, but it could is the point. It could happen. So yeah, it looks like Megan is holding the lead early, but it's very early still, and Alice is right next to her, really showing good performance. They're both right now holding right around that 2, hoping to break the 2. Piper and Audrey are possibly still in the run for that, as well as Mary. Right in the low 2s and
Anna.
And Anna. Yes, Anna as well. So we'll see those numbers in the low 2s, and then hopefully those numbers will be coming down throughout the rest of the day. That negative splitting we talked about previously. Again, we want positivity, but negative splitting. It gets all pretty confusing, but you know, hang on to your hats and it'll be okay.
This
So-
is true.
Now, I'm personally not wearing a hat, but Coach Lauren is. She's a Buffalo Bills fan, and
Go Bills.
right, a lot of and you know these novice athletes I think are a lot like that Buffalo Bills team to me. A lot of promise, a lot of potential, really exciting future that they've
Hopefully
got.
they realize it a little bit better than the Bills did this season. But
I think the Bills had a great season. I mean, they were a coin flip away, and you got to be excited with that team. I mean, Josh Allen
yes,
he's really turned out well.
Speaking of promising athletes, let's
Like
look
Josh Allen,
like
let's
Josh-
look at the field here.
All right, so looks like Megan Hurd here, still about 10 meters ahead of Alice. So Alice here really looking to keep that split right around 2-minute flat so that she can go sub 8-minute pace. And it looks like she's doing a good job being consistent. So way to go, Alice. Really in a fight for third, we have Mary, Audrey, and Piper, all very tight with Anna right on their heels. And then competing with each other, Zoe and Lacey also, and Sadie Brinzer also very close.
Yes, we've really got Alice with a small lead, and then a strong field there right in second place, and then another kind of tight grouping behind that. So it's anyone's race as we're approaching the second half here. It could flip in an instant. And you know, 1 minute you've got the high ground, and the next minute some dude is trying to do a somersault over your head. and he's screaming and making a noise, and you have to cut his legs and arm off, and then he falls in the lava and becomes Darth Vader. But
we're not really sure
you know,
what Jacob is referring to here.
You know,
but
you never know when you have the
never
advantage.
know.
What I'm saying is that Obi-Wan was hanging in a shaft, and he jumped over Darth Maul and did a somersault and won that fight. But even though Darth Maul had the high ground, but then when Obi-Wan had the high ground against Anakin, and Anakin tried to do the same thing, Obi-Wan defeated him. So if you have the lead, it doesn't mean you're always going to have the lead. The high ground is not guaranteed victory, is what I'm saying.
Right. So right now we have Megan Hurd pulling out a little bit. She just crossed the 1,000 meter mark, has pulled another couple of meters out over Alice. Alice, really good consistency and pacing here, right around her goal split at about 2 minutes. And then we have very, very tight 4, 5, 8. Mary, Audrey, Piper, very close.
I mean, it is unbelievably close. Right now we have Piper and Audrey just going back and forth with the lead. It's 50, 49, 48 meters. They're off of Mary. They're just bouncing back and forth, and Mary is right there with them and pacing very strong right now. Mary is really, really pushing that pace. Hopefully she can hang on to that. Is Mary, and yeah, and Megan Hurd though is starting to pull away. It's going to be interesting to see now if Alice is going to go with her as we come into this final quarter of the race, final third of the race. Alice is about 25 to 30 meters behind Megan and struggling now to hold that 2 pace, but she's brought it back down out to 159, and now Alice seems to have really found a split. She must have made a decision. 7:50 to go. She's made the adjustment, and she's really pushing, trying to break 8. Would this be a PR for Alice if she's able to break 8?
It would be a big deal, big day. Alice Lee, let's go, break 8 minutes. I'm hoping that I don't have to leave my announcer seat here to go yell at her myself, but I think she can do it.
I think she can do it too. I can feel their anger. Makes them stronger.
All right, so Alice and Megan now just about to cross that 500 meters to go. That's the point for the athletes where you can sort of see the light at the end of the tunnel, and you know you're getting ready for your sprint. Very still, neck and neck, are Mary, Audrey,
they are
and
now
Piper.
All within 1 meter of each other. And I mean, they are just side by side duking it out like Anakin and Sebulba in the final lap of the pod race there in Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace.
Oh, Alice, come on, Alice, get it back here.
But Alice now really seems to be feeling it, and that 500 meter mark, you think, oh my God, it's 500 meters. I'm so close, and you can really just kind of find yourself letting up. And she's got to work it back down now. Alice, is feeling it. She's got to push through that. She's got to get through that pain and fight it back down. She could find herself sliding in third place here if she can't bring that split back down, but really close. And Megan finishing it out very strong here as Megan crosses that 300 meter mark. She's now got 300 meters left to go, and we should see Megan really starting to sprint here. And now here goes Alice. Alice is going with her. Alice has found another gear. Can she hold on to it? Can she continue to drop it, keeping it below 2? Megan at a 157 now. Megan's at the 157, pushing. She's inside of 250. Coming up on the 200 meter mark is Megan at a 156, seeing if she can drop it down to a 155. If Megan can hit that 155, that's really going to be huge. Can she drop that split now for the last 200 meters? About 20 strokes left here for Megan, trying to drop it below 155. Alice going with her, about 50 meters behind, still fighting to keep it below that 2. We've got to see Alice bump the rate here and push it down. Coach Lauren is going to go push her. Let's see if she responds. Let's see if she can answer the call. Lauren, Coach Alice now coming into that 150 meter mark. And Megan is about at the 100 meters. She's at a 155. We're going to see if she can drop it down to a 154. In the tight race, it looks like Mary and Audrey are pushing, but it's Mary who's now pulled into the lead. And Mary at a 153 is really walking away from Audrey and Piper. Piper is ahead of Audrey, but it's still close between them. Piper pacing ahead. Audrey seems to be really feeling it now. She's broken down below 145, and Megan crosses the finish line on 746.8. Right behind here, here comes Alice. Alice now at the 156. Mary at a 151. Mary really, really, really just taking command of that third place. Oh, and Alice at an 8.4, so close to breaking that mark. Mary crosses the finish line in third in 8:04, and right behind her, who's it going to be? It's Piper. Piper just barely edging out Audrey by 0.2 of a second. Wow, now this is pod racing. Anna now 2 meters left across the finish line, and it's now going to be it's Sadie Brisner coming in here in 7th place, and it's going to be a dogfight to finish to not finish last in between Zoe and Lacey New. It's Zoe with the lead now, and can Lacey catch her? With only 50 meters left, she's got 3 meters close in, 3 meters, still 3 meters, this is 4 meters, now 4 meters. It looks like it's going to be Zoe, but Lacey's closing in, it's 4 meters, and now it's Zoe crossing in 8:19, in 8:48, and Lacey just 0.7 of a second behind her. Really crazy finish there between Piper and Audrey. Lauren, you were down on the race course. What did you see between those two athletes fighting for that 4th place spot? A great finish.
Yes, there was a lot of intensity there. Piper really brother in her ear yelling at her. Lots of yelling, I would say that. But overall, let's focus on what's awesome about what happened here in this race. First of all, huge PRs. So Megan Hurd, PR. Alice Lee, PR, although she didn't quite squeak out below 8, PR. Mary C, huge PR by about 12 seconds, just as we saw in the other race.
Great to see that. Mary really had a strong finish. I think something clicked there that last 500 meters, and she just went for it. It was really exciting to watch, and you could hear the crowd getting into it too.
Yep. So Piper Lee, also another 12-second PR.
12 seconds. Fantastic. Really. I mean, you'd love to see that.
Yes. And so Audrey, 6-second PR. So honestly, a great day for all of these athletes. Everyone is doing well. Pretty pumped about the competition. All right. And excellent news. Are you Ben?
I am.
Okay.
And we've got now with us Ben. Ben, if you'll just come sit on this Home Depot bucket. Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home
They
Depot.
do not sponsor us. So
They
Ben,
do not sponsor us.
did
Ben,
you
first of all, how do you say your last name?
It's pronounced Klukaszewski.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say
It
it
is
during the
both.
race.
Yes, okay, I know that. So Ben, did you row before Georgia Tech?
No, I don't have any experience rowing beforehand. I've been in water sports for a while, but
What sports, Ben?
sprint, canoe, and kayaking.
Sprint canoe and kayaking. Very
Okay.
different from rowing, though, isn't
Yeah.
it? A lot of people, when you tell them, "Oh, I'm a rower," they say, "Oh, well, I did kayaking." It's like not the same thing.
Yeah.
And you know firsthand now how different that is.
Yep.
Bet your legs have never been this sore from kayaking.
Yes, sir.
So
Yeah,
how do you like rowing?
I'm enjoying it a lot.
Great.
You know, the team's been a great experience. It's cool to get into a new sport. It's just a great experience overall.
Awesome.
Fantastic,
Well, You
fantastic.
did great.
And you're-
Was this your first 2K?
It's my second one, and it was
Okay.
the hardest one I've done.
Okay.
And you're first year, second year at Georgia Tech?
I'm a first year at
First
Georgia
year
Tech.
studying.
Mechanical engineering.
I was a mechanical engineer at
Oh,
Georgia
really?
Tech. Make sure that's what you want to do.
Anyway, Ben, awesome job. I know the
you.
team is super pumped about your performance. That's great for your second 2K ever, and it'll be exciting to see when you're back here in 3 years how fast you're going to go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
question,
to it.
last question, Ben. Yeah, we're excited for that. Ignoring the fact that he's off camera right now, about 10 feet away, directly looking at you. What do you think of your coach? And be completely honest.
Don't be completely honest.
Hey, he's been the one pushing me along with other teammates. He's always been there, pushing me, saying I can pull those splits that I've been pulling. So I'm appreciating what he's done for me.
Great. Well,
job, Coach.
congratulations, Ben. Well done today, and
Thank
we
you.
look
Good job.
forward to seeing
Appreciate
you out
it.
on the river.
Go
Yeah,
Tech.
thank you.
All right.
Now you get that 20, I promise.
And off screen now, Coach Tim seems to be handing Ben $20.
I'm not sure if that would be legal with the NCAA, but we won't tell.
It's okay. I happen to know, have it on good authority, that Tim is a money counterfeiter, so that's probably not a real 20. Anyway, as we're preparing now, I've lost my notes. But as we're preparing now for our next race, we are looking at the Open Novice Women. So again, this is going to be same as the Open Novice Men, except it's going to be women. So slightly different, but otherwise the same. This is going to be mostly college athletes. Their first time competing in this kind of event. And it's open, which means it's not closed. Yeah, these are mostly Georgia Tech rowers.
Yep.
And again, this is kind of the future of that Georgia Tech program that's kind of in a rebuilding phase right now after I think a lot of college programs across the country really had a hard time during the past 2 years with the pandemic in terms of just their being able to compete, the funding, the recruiting aspects. It's been a hard time, so it's exciting to see them back in action.
Here they go.
And they're off. Now, what we don't want to see from Alexa here is her playing Despacito, which means slow in Spanish. because we want to see her going fast. So in lane 3, we've got Alexa Ansley. In lane 4, Dara. In lane 5, Izzy. In lane 6, Gabby. In lane 7, Torreira. In lane 8, and Lauren. In lane 9, Rachel. In lane 10, not having a great showing here from Rachel, who doesn't seem to be in attendance. But yeah, this is a great start here, and we're looking at a lot of athletes pacing right around that 2, hoping to break that 8-minute pace, and we'll see if they can hold it here. Izzy in lane 6, which was the lane that I believe Megan Hurd was in a couple of races ago, had a great
Fast
sub
lane.
8 performance. So we'll see if that holds for Izzy. And
all right, so as we look into this, these are novice women. Again, as Jacob said, looking to try to break 8 here or get as close to 8 as possible. A lot of these scores should look similar to some of our more experienced varsity athletes here at AJRA. So it's exciting when it's your first year rowing and you can get some good fast splits under 2 minutes, which Izzy looks like she's right there. She's crossing about 400 meters into the race, holding that nice and steady pace right around 2 flat.
And I think the thing we're all wondering about Izzy is she gonna do it? Is she gonna break 8? And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's a tight race behind her for 2nd and 3rd place, really neck and neck between Gabby, Dara, and Ansley, and Torreira not far behind. So it's really, at this point, anyone's race still. It's too early to really say for sure what's going to happen, but we're optimistic here, and we've now got Izzy at a 1:58 crossing the first 500 as we're 2 minutes into the race. So Izzy pacing well to break that 8-minute split, and we'll see if that holds up.
All right, so while Coach Jacob puts in his lunch order, I'm going to take over the commentating for a minute. So we have Izzy out pretty substantial lead by about 20 to 2,500 meters over the next pack, which we have 4 athletes very, very tight together. That would be Ansley, Dara, Torreira, and Gabby. So very, very close race for that 2nd and 3rd spot. Right on their heels would be Lauren W., not to be confused with me, Lauren S., who are right on their heels, and then rounding out the pack that we have Alexa in lane 3. So this is looking pretty exciting. Izzy is breaking her lead a little bit and really, really solidifying that pace below the 2 minutes, which is very exciting. Again, we're looking, can she break 8-minute split or 8-minute total time? And right now it looks like she's right on pace to do so. All right, so as we get into these athletes, they're about to cross the 1,000 meter point. This is, I would say, the hardest part of the race right now, right? You're not quite through the halfway. You're starting to get really tired, and it gets really mentally tough. And so it's on them to really keep their head in the game, keep that good technique, and that consistent split here. All right, here we go with Izzy, just about to cross the 1,100 meter mark, meaning 1,100 meters to go. And she is really on a good pace here to break 2. And then again, still right behind her, we have that really solid pack. All of these athletes within 10 meters of each other. Ansley, Dara, Gabby, and Torreira. That is really exciting, I think, for the Georgia Tech Novice Women's Program, right? When you have so many girls that are right near each other, pushing each other, and making each other faster. So that is awesome. And I should say young women, not girls here. All right, we're about halfway through. And again, Izzy just continues to solidify her lead. It'll be exciting to see if this is a PR for Izzy and what she's been doing previous to CRASH AJs Erg Sprints 2022. And then really tight, looks like Gabby has really set herself up by just a couple of meters into 2nd place with Dara right on her heels. And then right on their heels, of course, would be Torreira and Ansley. All right. So you can start to hear the crowd pick up. Usually, you get into the second 1,000 meters and the cheering gets going. This is when the athletes really need the most encouragement and want to hear their adoring fans, coaches, and teammates knowing that they're right behind them. And you can see here in the screen some good rowing happening, some really aggressive strokes being taken, really trying to keep it together and keep it strong. All right, at this point, we are about 700 meters to go with the leader, about 5 minutes into the race, and we have Izzy really solidifying her lead, hovering right about that 2-minute split. She's looking like she's in good control of this race, which is super exciting.
Really solid pacing from Izzy. We love to see that from a novice athlete. And the fight for second and third place is still very close too, Lauren, with Gabby currently in second place, but Terrera and Dara both within 10 meters of her. It's anyone's race as we come up into this last 500 to get on the podium. So,
and really, you wonder how much do they want that silver mallet?
yes, you do wonder that. I wonder a lot of things. Like, why are we all here? And what's the... Oh, my God, just be still. There's a huge spider on your head. See?
Oh, thank you, Jacob, for removing that. I really don't do that. I really don't like spiders, so I appreciate you helping me. All right.
Would you rather be in a, like, room full of spiders or room full of scorpions?
Neither.
If you had to pick, though.
Spiders. All right, back to the race.
Would you rather be in a room full of spiders or a room full of snakes?
I'm not sure where this line of questioning is going, so I'm going to go back to focusing on Izzy's performance here. She has brought down the pace yet again, really holding it very solidly at a 158, 159. It looks like she's probably going to be gearing up for her sprint now in probably the next 10 strokes or so. And so we'll see what she can do, see if she can get below 8, but maybe how far below 8 can she be? Oh, here she goes.
Really going now, Izzy, at that 151. Let's see if she can replicate that split again. And for me, probably spiders. I feel like I could, they're pretty creepy crawly, though.
Yeah. Well,
But
yes.
snakes, a lot of snakes, they're too big. They're bigger than spiders.
That's
one
true.
on one, I can take a spider. you
All
know?
right, it looks like it's Gabby. Lane 7 has also brought down her split here, looking to sprint. She's trying to really edge out to get herself in a solid second place. But really, Dara and Torreira right on her heels, less than 10 meters behind. And it looks
And it's
like
still strong showing from Dara Terrera. Could still pull them even with Gabby. It's only about 12 meters back. But Gabby is really pushing the pace now. She's dropped it down to a 202. And Izzy is going now in this final 100 meters, really fighting to make sure she breaks that 2. She's at a 157. We'll see now through this last 50 if she can drop it down to a 155 or lower. But it looks like it's gonna be Gabby in second, but it's still really, really tight for third, going back and forth in between Terrera and Dara. And Izzy now crosses the finish line at 7:57.1.
Way to go, Izzy.
And Gabby about 60 meters behind her, 74 meters, 73 meters from Terrera and Dara both inside 60 now, coming up on that 50-meter mark. It looks like Dara is pulling away from Terrera, pacing ahead, and she's got about 4 meters on her, but it's still too early to call. There goes Gabby at an 8:17, and it looks like it's going to be Dara in third. Dara now about 5 meters ahead of Terrera, just a little bit of a stronger finish. Terrera really feeling the exhaustion there at the end, and Dara just edges her out by just over a second, about a second and a half. And right behind them is Ansley and then Lauren, within less than a second of each other. Really tight finish there from those two into 5th and 6th place. And then finally Alexa pulling in now inside 50 meters, bringing that split down and working it to cross the finish line. Looks like she's going to be sub 9, which is good, below that 215. A strong showing from her. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is the conclusion of the Open Novice Women's event.
Congratulations, women.
And now, as we wait for our next event, we've got Megan Hurd.
So we are about to bring over sort of the champion of our U17 Women. Megan Hurd, come sit right here on this nice bucket. This is our winner's chair.
Home Depot bucket, provided by the Home Depot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
They are not sponsors.
We are
so Megan,
not sponsored by the Home
Tell us
Depot.
what was going through your head throughout that 2K.
I kind of like zoned out and just listened to like Isabella. She was like coaxing me. Just like kept going.
How
At
do you
any
feel
point
about
during
your
that race did you think, ow, this hurts?
Yeah,
Yeah. At
Yeah.
what
The whole
point was
thing.
that?
like the second 500.
Second 500.
It's
What
like
about the
that.
third 500? How did that feel?
That one was also like painful.
What about the last 500?
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So
Good to
I
know.
think
Good
what
to
we
know.
know is the whole race is painful. Thank you for clarifying that.
Life
How do you
is
feel
pain.
About your performance, PR.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Uh-huh.
And
Excited to do it again
Yeah.
today?
Oh.
Just kidding.
Okay.
By the way, y'all, I just want to let you know that the fans are speaking. They're very happy
happy with your commentating.
Okay.
You're doing a fantastic job.
We're
Thank
getting
you.
some feedback from the crowd here. We're always, please keep listening to us. So Megan, is this your first year rowing?
Yeah.
And where do you go to school?
Roswell High School.
Freshman?
Go Hornets!
Yes. Well, Megan, we're super pumped with your performance. I get the pleasure of coaching Megan almost every day, and she's made so many improvements, and she is ready to go super fast this spring. So good job, Megan, and
Thanks.
go enjoy your golden mallet.
Okay.
All right.
Have a great day. Also, put some warm clothes on.
Yeah.
It's really important for our athletes after this. It's the temperatures are rising, but it's still a bit chilly, especially here in the shade. I'm honestly not sure why we're in the shade, but I guess I would sunburn and die if we weren't. But
Yeah,
yeah,
me
it's
too.
really important. You know, after that race, you're so exhausted. Your body temperature is so high, and you're warmed up. But you want to get right back into some warm clothes because the last thing you want is your muscles to just get cold too fast.
Exactly. All right, we are now looking at the first flight of our U19 men. So this is typically our juniors and seniors, maybe a couple of sophomores at AJRA with our varsity men's team. We're super pumped to have these men go. This is really a testament, I think, to Coach Sean. He took over the program about 2 years ago.
2 years ago, around about this time in 2020. Yeah.
Yep, and really focusing on developing our athletes, and so we're excited to see what they can do today. We're running just a couple minutes behind, actually, but we have caught up. This is our 10:30 race, and it is 10:31, so we're actually making up some progress on the schedule. So thank you for those who are watching and stick with us. We're catching up better than a lot of regattas do, so you're welcome for that. All right, so Jacob.
So, Coach Lauren, this is something that always confuses me.
Okay.
U19. Aren't U17 people technically U19?
Yes, so they can race.
So what's up with that?
I couldn't tell you. Technically,
That's pretty weird.
no. So U.S. Rowing recently made the decision, instead of having novice and varsity, to really break this down by age category to focus more on the development. So technically, a very, very fast U17 could race in a U19 race. Right now, just because where we are in the season, we're keeping everyone in their age brackets, which is
Gotcha.
exciting. And so it actually, I think, has been really good for the development of the athletes to have those groupings by age, and it helps them go a little bit closer in sort of where they are developmentally. So I hope that answers your
Well, I'm
question.
still confused, but that sounds good to me.
Okay, well, you're always confused.
No, I'm Jacob.
Fair
Anyway, we've got in this event here, we've got in lane 4, Atticus Heaton, lane 5, Aiden Ussery, lane 6, Big Mac Jack McCabe, lane 7, Dalton Brown, lane 8, Ben Martin, lane 9, Max Allmeyer, and lane 10, Nathan Malik. So a lot of these guys, we've got a few seniors in this group, a few juniors, people who have been with the program now, some of them upwards of 5, maybe 6 years. And this could be their final CRASH AJs they're participating in. So hopefully, you know, seeing some good performance here and seeing and they're off.
All right, we're expecting a really fast start from this group of athletes, and I'm pretty pumped to see what they can do. Jacob, what kind of scores do you think we're looking for from this group of guys?
Yeah, so really what we'd like to see, again, some of these guys could still be on that big milestone of breaking 145 or 140 for the first time. We're going to see that. What we'd like to see everybody in this race, hopefully under a 7, would be ideal, and that would be a few big PRs for some of these guys. Yeah, that would be what we're looking for. And right off the start, we see a lot of guys really bringing that down and then trying to settle. Atticus seems to be finding his pace here around a 150, and then it's a tight bunching between lanes 5 through 9, right around that 142 to 145 mark. Going to be interesting to say who can maintain that pace as we come through the first eighth of the race here. And you know, the first eighth is always faster than the other ones, just in terms of it feels much quicker because you're not as tired yet. But you think, oh, 250, like I'm already like such a way through, and then there's still so much left. Even though for some of these guys it could be you know, under 7 minutes. It's weird because as you get faster, the race gets shorter, but it just starts to feel so much longer every time.
I was going to say, it
Like,
never feels shorter.
When I broke 6:30 for the first time, I thought, wow, this is a lot longer than it took me to break 7, even though it was 30 seconds quicker, because it's just hurts that much worse. But you know what? I've always said, ultimately life is pain. So looking at the pacing here, we've got a pretty tight grouping between in between Aiden and all the way down to Max, all right around that 145. Max currently in the lead, but maybe settling in a little bit more now as we cross the first 500, right at that 145. Ben Martin right behind him, and right behind Ben is Dalton. All these athletes are looking, I think, for their first time breaking 145. Would be a PR for Jack.
Well, Jacob looks into that.
Ben.
Super exciting here. 5 athletes within 12 meters of each other going into 1,400 meters into the race. That's awesome. Very competitive. Really, they can see these splits. They're pushing each other and trying to just get themselves ahead by a little bit. Atticus here, rounding out 6th place. He's about 30 meters behind, 150 split, and then Nathan just right behind, hovering at about that 2-minute split here, and looking to go. So,
and it looks like Dalton and Ben now trading off the lead. They've taken it away from Max, who's now settled in closer to that 150 rate. And Dalton seems to be right behind Ben, but they're pacing really close. They're just going blow for blow, and they're right next to each other, so they're going to be able to see what the other one is pulling in. Hopefully, they're going to be pushing each other throughout the whole race. You know, I always really enjoyed that, the kind of being next to and just feeding off the guy next to you, pushing and fighting. I remember when I competed in a similar event when I was rowing for Atlanta juniors in high school, but a long time ago. The guy I was next to who was beating me, there was someone who was just cheering for him the whole race, and I could hear it. And right at the end, I was like, I just want to beat this guy. And that really just added fuel to the fire. You know.
Yeah, it's really nice when you can be on a team that supports each other, but still you are competitive and you use each other to get faster and push each other, which I think is really, when we see the girls go, that's sort of the vibe that we get from the girls team and the guys team here. And I think that's why you can see, again, 5 athletes within about 20 meters of each other, pushing through. They've crossed through the halfway point of the race. This is where you gotta sort of recommit to that next, hopefully only 3.5-ish minutes. And we can see, I'm very impressed with some of the consistency we're seeing of the splits coming out of Ben and Dalton. You know, really keeping it tough during the hardest part of the race.
You know, when I watched rowing or when you participated in that last 1,000 meters of a 2K, I'm reminded of that Mike Tyson quote, everybody's got a plan until you get hit in the face. And that really is what that last 1,000 meters of the 2K is. I mean, it's just like getting punched in the face. You really just, everything in your body is just telling you, no thank you, I would rather not, please, if that's okay. But you just have to push through it, and you know, you have a plan. You have, look, I'm going to be on this rate, I'm going to hit this split, and you're like, I'm going to hit the plan. And then when you actually have to go out and execute it, and you're in the moment, and the pain is just unbelievable, and everything in your body is saying, you're just like, and it's just like hitting you, and you just got to keep leaning into that and just keep hitting back and just keep fighting. And we're going to see if our athletes here coming in this last 600 can recommit to that. Really starting to see the fatigue setting in and the fight and the struggle with hitting that 145.
Oh, and it looks like Ben Martin has taken over the lead.
An off-stroke there from Dalton just really shows you how badly one bad stroke can throw you off. He took one stroke and
but look at Aiden.
Lost the lead.
Just 1 meter behind.
And Aiden now really bringing it down. And we're seeing a nice finish, hopefully, here from Aiden. And we've got 4 athletes neck and neck and neck and neck as we cross into the last 500, all within 20 meters of each other. 3 less than 1 meter separating first place from third. And Jack McCabe not far behind. And Jack now trying to get into that fight. We saw him pulling a 139, really dropping it down. Dalton seems to be taking his foot off the gas, and he's paying the price for it. He's now
back.
3 meters off and falling back. Ben now at the 145. Aiden right on Ben's tail. They're going back and forth with the lead, fighting for that 145. This is going to be a really, really, really close race. We don't have any kind of Ben Quadranero situation here where his pod doesn't start at the start. And they're all in it. It is a side by side, and it's just going to
come down to the last
really
1 minute of racing.
What it's really going to come down to is who is going to go the fastest, Lauren. Who's going to cross the finish line first?
Accurate.
I think that's going to be what decides the winner. And right now, Dalton is pacing ahead of the field. He's working his way back into first, but oh my gosh, he's
So
He's
all these
right there.
athletes
Oh, and
in-
Dalton has now crept back into first place. He's holding a 141, and it's just going to be a question with less than 200 meters left. Are Aiden and Ben going to be able to drop the split enough to catch up? Dalton holding 142. Ben seems to be slipping now. He's really struggling in that last 250. Is he going to get it back? Is he going to bring it down? We've now got 12 seconds left. We're going to see if any of these athletes can finish this last 50 meters in the last 8 seconds. Can they break 7? Dalton is very close. He's pulling a 143. Aiden is right behind him, bringing it down now to 150. And Aiden, by 1/10 of a second, we're going to wait and make sure we get the official times, but Aiden by 1/10 of a second, breaking 145 and beating Dalton Brown, who also was under. That looks like it was Aiden at a 144.8 and Dalton at a 144.9. And really, you've got to wonder how much those couple of off strokes might have made a difference in that race. And you can just really see sometimes it really is just by a fingernail or a toenail how close that race comes down to. But wow, what an exciting outcome there for the U19 men's first flight, as we're waiting for our last athlete, Nathan, who's holding right around that 2 pace here to cross the finish line.
So
He's got
Jacob,
about 100 meters left.
Are any of these a PR for these
Yeah,
athletes?
and I've got to check the tortograph to make sure, but it looks like that would be a PR for Dalton.
Awesome.
And potentially for Ben. I think that's a PR for Ben, who previously had gone 146. Dalton's previous time.
All right, and Nathan has just rounded out here. So what's really exciting, I think, I'm not sure what Coach Sean is teaching these guys, but those were some pretty good sprints.
Dalton actually off
And-
the PR by a 1/10 of a second.
Okay.
It might be a PR for Aiden, not sure. But I don't think
Maybe you
so.
could look at that in your head and let us know what you find. But awesome job, guys. Good job with your first flight here. Really, really tight times that you can see on the first, the top 4, all within 4 seconds of each other, which is one split over a 2,000 meter race, which is awesome. So really, really good job. We're thinking that Coach Sean is pretty happy with that performance from the first flight of the U19 men.
Yep. Stay tuned. We've got the Battle of the Brothers Part 2 as Jack McCabe's little brother, Big Mac Alex McCabe, is going to be competing in another later flight of the U19 men, seeing if he can take on his own brother and defeat him. Remains to be seen. Very excited to see how that turns out.
All right, so it looks like next we have the first flight of our U19 women. And so, again, these are girls mostly on the varsity team, have been rowing year 2, 3, or 4, generally juniors and seniors in high school. This is a group I coach. I'm really excited. I think we're going to see some good numbers and some good PRs coming out of this group. And actually, it is the only flight of the U19 women. So this should be a real barn burner here. Favorite here, right in lane 6, is MC Warren. Had a 2K about 4 weeks ago. PR'd really hard, but I know right on her tail will be Kenzie Gartland and Olivia Verbeek. Right behind them, really close between Ava, Annabelle, Nyla, Jenny. And then we are seeing some excellent work coming out of Morgan, who returned from a little sabbatical. Mary Nix is in her first year rowing. Megan Lister has been seeing some good improvements on the erg, as have Claudia and Danya. So this should be quite an interesting race here. So for those of you who maybe have just joined us, we are on our 10:45 event, so we are about to be right on time here. The only flight of the U19 women, so there will not be another one, and they are just taking up some final strokes on the ergs on which they're going to be racing, and then we'll get set up to go.
Right, yeah, we don't want to see them taking strokes on the ergs. They're not going to be racing on Lauren. That wouldn't make sense.
Well, in fact, they do take strokes on warm-up ergs.
That's true. That is true. Warm-up ergs up on the landing, the Roswell landing here at beautiful, sunny Azalea Park, where it is really turning out to be a great day for racing. Very exciting. A nice, cool spring morning. little brisk, but not too chilly.
Not too bad.
And nice sunny weather. Clear
And
blue
while
skies.
we just have a minute here, just want to say thank you to our partners in the city of Roswell and the Roswell Parks Department. We are so blessed to use this great space and be on this beautiful river in the city of Roswell. So thank you. It's been a great partnership between Atlanta Juniors and the city of Roswell.
Yes, we are so grateful for the great parks and recreations
All right.
in this city and community.
Here we go. Super pumped for this race. I think it's going to be really fast. We're looking from times, honestly, from 8 minutes to almost 7:20. So it should be pretty exciting. We're just waiting for the flywheels to stop. That means the wheel in the erg is stopped moving. So everyone starts from a dead stop. Here we go. Ready. Attention. And they're off.
Yes, and they are off, and I think, Lauren, there could be surprises in this one.
There can always be surprises. The women's team 2K tested about a month ago, so we saw some really breakout performances then. It'll be very exciting to see what happens today. A little bit more pressure, a little bit more almost intensity, a lot of people looking at you, two wonderful announcers talking about you, so it'll be fun to see what's going on.
Right, yeah, we've already seen quite a few PRs today of over 10 seconds, which is a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. And, who knows what the future holds for the rest of these athletes. So we've got the leaders of the pack here in the middle, Kinsey, Olivia, MC, all pacing around that 150 time. That's going to be what we're looking out for, kind of getting below that, and that's going to be the high water mark for this event. And then beyond that, we're looking for around 2 split. Everybody, hopefully around an 8 or an 8:20 throughout this piece. But really exciting right now as the lead seems to be MC, but within less than a meter, Kinsey right behind her. And, for the past year or so, it's been a really tight back and forth battle between the two of them. And so we're really excited to see, how they both perform today.
Yes. It's nice Kenzie and MC can help push each other to go faster. We see right here in third, about 15 meters behind is Olivia. And right behind her is Annabelle New. So, it's pretty tight pack here between fourth and honestly eighth, which is great. And then really battling it out for the top spot here is MC Warren and Kenzie.
Right. And, there's lots that remains to be seen from these athletes. Annabelle, as you mentioned, Annabelle New, the slightly older New of the New sisters, who are some older and some younger. Lacey New, her sister, competed in the women's U17. Her other sister, Elizabeth, and then I don't know if they have any other siblings, but you know what? That's
just the three of them. We're so lucky to have all of them on the AJ squad.
Three is more than enough. I'm one of three, and I think my parents have often said we shouldn't have had the first one, which was me. So
I'm sure
I don't know if they should have had
that.
the second or the third one. But anyway, aside from my mother not loving me, we've got a lot of good stuff going on here. Particularly now, it looks like Olivia's kind of closing in here on Kinsey a little bit, as MC kind of has
So let's talk
cemented
about
her
some
lead by a few
great
meters.
pacing from MC Warren here, looking to keep it right around the 150. It would be awesome if she broke 720 today. That would be huge for her. MC Warren is going to Brown next year, senior. Go Bruno. We're super pumped for her. And so a big PR here would be great for both us and them.
Right, and the pacing is just so important. You want to just it's just about it's about physical strength, but really it's about mental strength. It's about controlling your emotions, not letting them dictate the race. Not getting too caught up in what you're thinking, just executing, not being afraid, because fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate, hate leads to suffering, and we want suffering in a good way, suffering when they're going fast.
I'm not sure really they're really processing all these emotions on the
right.
erg
You
right
don't
now.
you don't want to be thinking through those emotions. You want to just be really locked into what you're doing, and just focusing on that pace, and not getting panicked, not getting too excited, just staying very level, staying very controlled, and just being mindful of the living force and the moment that you're in there. And
Yep.
Yeah, and really, just this is a master class so far for the first 1,000 meters put on here by MC of pacing. She's just 150, 151 across the board. Really really love to see it. And Kenzie, you know, is doing a nice job with that as well. Further down, we've got Morgan, who's holding right around that 2:2:01 in a tight race here between her, Ginny Doss, who looks to be struggling here with the pacing a little bit, kind of slipping up now.
Nyla holding it right around that 2 flat, which is great. Ava Lindo just above a 2, which is pretty good right there for her to keep it consistent around 2:02, 2:03 going into this sort of the hardest middle part of the race.
Right, and we can expect a strong sprint from Ava Lindo. Ava Lindo, we can expect a strong sprint from there at the end. So keep an eye on that as she keeps that gap there. If she's going to move up on Ginny, Nyla, Morgan, kind of all in the mix there behind our 3 front runners. So very exciting here, and again, just really the pacing, spectacular stroke in, stroke out among our top 3, really, really good, especially MC and Kinsey just holding that 150, holding that 154. Really exciting to see. And now as we approach coming up on that final 500 meters for our front runners, it's going to be interesting to see how that pacing pays off, whether they're able to bring it down in the sprint. Kinsey, a strong sprinter.
Very strong.
30 meters behind MC, but that's nothing to her. She can make that up in a very quick time if she puts her mind to it. So it's not a done deal yet. I mean,
No.
We've seen great execution here, but still enough. There's still a lot remains to be seen.
All right. Looks like Olivia having a very solid piece here. She's now settled in about 157, 156. She's approaching that last 500, which is exciting. Olivia also usually has some gas left in the tank to really sprint it out. So we'll see what she can do.
And Kinsey opening up a window, allowing Olivia kind of to get in here. Kinsey's kind of looks to be struggling to find the go here in this last 500 meters, falling off her pacing a little bit, kind of feeling the end of the race. You can see the concern, and Olivia's taking advantage of that. She's outpacing her now and pulling it down. And as we come inside the last 300 here, MC just kind of gradually working it down, very methodical, very intentional. Not a huge sprint here from her, but a couple splits below that average, and just such a consistent performance that it looks like it's really going to pay off either way. So she's now at that 148, and as she comes into that last 20 strokes, that last 200 meters, we're going to see if she can bring it down to that 145-ish.
There she goes.
There she goes. She's dropping it, and you just got to see the rate is climbing now. You're just giving it all they've got. Kinsey now is starting her sprint as well, and we're seeing a sprint now. We got a really tight race here. It looks like in 4th place we've got Annabelle, and behind her we've got Nyla, but then behind that we've got Morgan, we've got Ava Lindo, we've got Daniel, all within about 10 meters of each other. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on here as we watch at a 145 in the last 25 meters here. Closing in on that 7:20 time. It's MC Warren at a 7:18.7. Is that a...
That is a PR.
Well, that is really exciting performance there from MC, and we'll be interviewing her later to see more about that performance once she's got her breath back. But at a 7:30, Kinsey right behind her.
Here comes
and
Olivia.
Olivia really sprinting it out here now at the end. We'll see if she's got a little bit, and with one more stroke left, there is Olivia right at that 7:41. So about 10 seconds in between our top 3 finishers. Not a super tight race, but really good performance from all 3 of them. Really consistent, well-paced. And here comes Annabelle. And now here is the interesting one we've been waiting for. Is it going to be Danya? Is it going to be Ava? Or is it going to be Morgan? And it looks like just barely by a fraction of a second. It's Morgan inching out Danya, and then Ava Lindo closing in right behind them. And then finally, between Mary Nix and Megan Lister, who's going to close out this final bit of the race here? It's tight, it's close, but it looks like Megan. And then finally, crossing the finish line in an 8:17.7 is Mary. So that, Claudia still. I did not see the top here. Claudia is our last athlete here with 50 meters left to go. Here comes Claudia. She's bringing it down, dropping that average, just really trying to have a nice sprint here from Claudia. And you can hear the whole team now cheering behind her. Lots of voices saying, "Let's go, Claudia." We love to see that support across our team, and Claudia finishing at that 8:44, wrapping it up. So here we have the women's U19 Crash AJ's flight with first place. Lauren, do we have any PRs
We
besides
have
MC?
a ton of PRs.
You love to see it.
Yeah, so MC Warren, PR, Nyla, PR, Morgan, PR, Danya, PR, Megan Lister, PR, Mary Nix, PR. So this is pretty exciting from this group to get those fast scores. Again, we 2K tested about 4 weeks ago, and to improve from that is awesome. I should note that even those who did not PR, super close to what they did just a couple weeks ago. So that's really great. I'm so proud of this group of athletes. Really, really, really knocked it out of the park here. So super pumped. We'll be talking to the winners. MC Warren will hopefully get our winner of our Open Novice Women race here to talk to her, Izzy. But so far, a really good morning here at AJRA. We're just at about before the 11 o'clock hour. If you have not, or if you're new to joining this is the 2022 CRASH AJs 2,000 meter Erg Sprints here live from 245 Azalea Drive in the wonderful city of Roswell, Georgia.
Yeah.
You're here with, I'm Lauren, this is Jacob, and we are your
Hello there.
announcers today.
Yeah, so we are the announcers, and we're here at the beautiful Azalea Park in Roswell, Georgia. Do you want a break?
We're getting to the point where we're caught up. And
I'm here to go all day.
we'll throw on music for 5 minutes.
Yeah, let's do that. Okay.
My powers have doubled since the last time we met. Count. Gotta be careful though, because twice the pride, double the fall.
Race before we truly get to that.
Okay, that's fine. Good.
We're finally caught up.
Yep, good job. With us, we started a little behind, but because we're really smart people, we managed to get caught up. So thank you. We're open to hosting any regattas in the Southeast if anyone is looking for a partner to manage.
Yeah, operational excellence is what we have here at AJRA, in addition to a lot of really, really high-performing athletes, as we're seeing across all our races today. And as we approach the 11 o'clock hour now here, we have lots to look forward to. Our next race is going to be the second flight of the U19's men.
No, it looks like it's actually the Open Women. So that's okay. Sometimes Jacob gets confused.
Okay, well, this schedule says something else. But
Well, at any rate, we're looking here. If you can see who's sitting down, it is the Open Women. This is comprised of Georgia Tech athletes, so they may have been rowing really at least 1 year, more than 1 year collegiately. It'll be exciting. I do not even know what to expect from this group, but you can see the crowd behind them. Lots are cheering from their team, so I think that means we're about to get something really good.
yes, and I guess I made a mistake. I guess the dark side clouded my vision. But, it's okay. I see now.
Well, as long as you, it's okay. All right. So, for those of you, we're just getting set up for this race. Essentially, just so you know, all of our athletes, they warm up on ergs that are separated from our competition ergs. They do that for about 15 minutes before the race. Then they get on the ergs that they're going to actually be rowing on for the race, take a few strokes, make sure that the resistance is where they want it, and then we will be able to get going.
Yes, and this is really exciting. A lot of athletes here from the Georgia Tech women's rowing team. A lot of these are athletes who have had experience previously. Most of them were a part of the team in 2020 when the pandemic hit, and have kind of been really crucial in staying around and helping the team stay together, hold it, and lost on a lot of opportunities to race, and kind of had a couple of tough seasons, but really exciting to see them back here and closing things out to in some of their final years and get the opportunity to race again. And we're really excited for our neighbors up the river at Georgia Tech. The future hopefully has lots for them. So
Absolutely.
should be a good showing here. The favorite in this race is Sarah Nastasi in lane 6, but it could be close between a couple of the other athletes next to her. So we're excited to see how that turns out.
All right, so it looks like the ergs are settling down right now. We're taking our last couple of strokes. We're waiting for those wheels to stop moving, so everyone started from a dead stop, and then we were going to get going. Excited to see what we see from this group of women here, and I agree it's been a hard road through the pandemic for all of our junior and collegiate rowing teams, and so congratulations to these athletes for sticking with it and keeping the team together.
Yep, so now the fans have stopped, and this is where the fun begins. They're ready, and their attention, and
They're off.
they're off!
You can already hear a lot of cheering happening from the crowd trying to get everyone pumped up to go those first couple meters of the race. You can see lots of very low splits right now. We'll see where this group of athletes sort of gets into the rhythm and their base pace.
Yes, looking pretty quick out of the gate here, right around a 150, pretty similar to what we saw from our top U19 women in the there. So if we can see similar pacing to that, that would be a strong performance. But looks like it's tight between Kendall, Anne-Marie, and Sarah right now in the lead. But it's too early to tell. Gayatri and Maddie are right there with
Right
them.
on
So
them, yep.
it's really anybody's race. Well, not anybody's, but anybody in the event. It's not mine. It's not yours.
Correct.
Although, luckily we're here all day announcing and really making it all about us in general anyway. So
That's not true.
that's true. It's not true.
This is about the athletes and them coming out here competing. There's some pressure being out there. Eyes are on them. Our watchers on YouTube are watching what's going on. And so, for any athlete, junior or collegiate, sometimes it's a little bit of pressure, and they
Right.
are doing a great job working under this
The pressure is definitely on. You have to perform, and you don't want to be you don't want to, as they say, fly and die.
correct.
And you never want to fly and die in a race. It's just not a good strategy, and it's not a good look. But especially with other people watching and cheering you on, you don't want to be saying to yourself, "This is how you fly and die," with thunderous applause. You don't want that.
All right,
and
as
so,
we're getting in here, first 500 down, it looks like Sarah, the favorite, really holding a nice steady pace around 151, 152, in a decent lead right now, about 10 to 15 meters over the next two, but she looks like she's getting into her rhythm and going.
Sarah joined Georgia Tech rowing as coming out of high school as a swimmer, and eventually served as president of the team, and really right off the bat was a very strong performer on the erg. And just goes to show, I think the winner in our last event as well, MC Warren, was a former swimmer before joining rowing. So anybody who's watching, if you know any swimmers, tell them to quit that crap and get in the boat, because
Agree.
It's way better to be on top of the water than underneath it. You can breathe way more often in rowing, and also your hair doesn't get fried by chlorine, which is a serious problem swimmers run into.
These are accurate statements.
Guys,
by,
hair health
Georgia.
is really important. Make sure check your shampoo, check your conditioner for sulfates, because you don't want those in your hair. And also, guys who are watching, if it says it's 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner, it's not either. So grow up, okay? You don't live in a dorm room anymore. It's time to stop using 3-in-1 shampoo, conditioner, body wash.
Or if you do
crap.
live in the dorm room, that's fine too. Okay, back to our race.
Anyway,
Jacob, where
back to the
do we
race.
stand here?
Well, we're sitting, Lauren, but I'll tell you, these athletes, it looks like in first place, pretty commanding lead, and just pulling away from the pack is Sarah Nastasi. Right behind her, it's a fight for second and third between Maddie Schiff and Anne-Marie Eustace, pacing right around that 150, 140, 155, 153 range. And Anne-Marie is currently behind Maddie, but she's outpacing her and she's closing the gap. But it's going to be a tight fight between the two of them. And then after that, there's a pretty tight grouping between Gayatri, Kendall, and Julianne. So any of them could really still sneak into that top three, or really be fighting for fourth. It's going to be interesting to watch after our finishers who gets that fourth place spot, as now our top three and the rest of the pack is now crossing the 1,000-meter mark. We're within the second half of the race, and Sarah continues to pull away. Really strong pacing, very similar to what we saw in the last race for MC, so that's great. And MC, expect an interview from her after this race. But right now, it's still a fight between Anne-Marie and Maddie, but Anne-Marie is now pulled ahead and seems to be outpacing, taking command of third place and possibly giving Sarah a run for her money in first. But with only about 800 meters left to go, it looks like Sarah seems to be walking away. We'll see. And now between Kendall, Julianne, and Gayatri, it looks like Kendall has kind of stepped it up and started to separate from the pack. Gayatri and Kendall, though, still very close, and they're all within 15 meters of each other, so it really could be anyone's race at that point. Anne-Marie continuing to pull away from Maddie now. She's got about a 6 meter lead and pacing by about 3 or 4 splits ahead of her. Sarah still cruising right around that 150 at 151.
Great rhythm,
it's
great
gonna
pace.
it's gonna be really interesting to see in that final 500, final 400 meters what she has left in the tank for a sprint, and how well she can drive it below that average, because really great pacing so far from her, and it's going to take a lot from anybody to catch her, but what she has left, again, we talk about this, Lauren, it's really important to beat the people next to you, but ultimately, like, how much can you push yourself? Can you be better than you were yesterday?
Right.
How fast can you go? And that's what we're still waiting to see here from Sarah, as she now, approaching the 500 meter mark, drops it below that 150 at a 149. So she's got to be feeling good, feeling confident, pushing the pace here, really starting to go. Exciting, could be a really exciting sprint from her. And as we're watching the sprint now,
Here comes Anna-Marie also.
here comes Anne-Marie dropping the pace with her, and Anne-Marie walking away from Maddie. She's now got about 13 meters on her, and it looks like she's going to be able to pull away and secure that second place. Maddie now fighting to hold third, but it looks like she's got a pretty strong command of it, and we'll be keeping an eye as we watch our finishers pull into that last, as we watch our leaders pull into that last 400 on that tight race for 4th and 5th place there between Gayatri and Kendall and Julianne. But now Sarah, 250 meters left to go. She's pulling around a 145, and she's really got the sprint going. You can hear the whole crowd. There's just a lot of intensity behind her. She's pushing now, about 240 meters left to go at a 147. We're going to see how soon she can drop it below that 145, if she can get there, and then how far she can drop it. A lot of race still left to go here. You can really drop it a lot in this last bit, so we'll see what she can do. But she's holding around that 146 now, less than 20 strokes left, and Anne-Marie, 154. She's at about the 200 meter mark, right behind Sarah now, inside of 200 meters for Anne-Marie and for Maddie.
Last 10
and
strokes
Sarah
there.
now closing it out. She's got about 7 strokes left. And she's at about 40 meters left, just over 4 strokes, really close to that 7:20 time, possibly. And
She's got
Sarah,
it,
she's got it, 7:18.5, really strong finish from her. And now we're seeing Anne-Marie drop it. She's at that 151. Can she drop it below 150? Anne-Marie, 30 strokes left, about 30 meters left, about 3 strokes, 2 strokes left. She's at 150. Can she drop it below that 150? Can she break 740? Yes, 734 for Anne-Marie.
Good
And
job,
right behind her is Maddie. Looks like Maddie's going to have a strong command of third. And now it's a really tight race here. Kendall, followed by Julianne, and then we've got Gayatri and Katie behind them. But it looks like they've stratified out a little bit, and unless we have a really strong push here from Gayatri, it looks like Julianne's going to edge her out. Coming in now, Julianne with about 20 meters left, just over 2 strokes. And Julianne now crossing the finish line in 8:06. Gayatri 2 strokes behind her, right around that 8. Gayatri crossing now at that 8:14, and with about 4 strokes left, we've got Katie Lemon closing out the pack with
Good
a 1
sprint
stroke
here
left.
by
Really
Katie.
strong sprint from Katie, finishing strong at an 8:23. Really good piece across the board there from these Georgia Tech women. Really strong pacing from Sarah. Again, we see 2 races in a row where you just have an athlete hitting that number again and again and again.
Excellent job.
And then just bringing it down. Really a masterclass. What you want to see, rowers, parents, friends, neighbors, if you're watching this, this is what we're looking for. This is a success. And to tell us a little bit more about that, let's bring in MC.
First, let's just recap here.
Sorry.
Our open women, first place, Sarah Natasi. Second place, Anna-Marie Eustace. Third place, Maddie Schiff. Awesome job, ladies. You'll be able to get your small mallets here.
Yep.
But good job. Really says a lot about where the tech program is going. So
Yep.
now,
if I wish I had one of those hammers, Lauren, because if I had a hammer, I would hammer in the morning. I would hammer in the evening. Okay, anyway, now we're going to bring in the winner of our U19 Women's race. MC Warren, MC, if you'll have a seat here on this Home Depot bucket.
The
More
school
saving,
bucket
more
of-
doing. That's the power
We're
of the
not
Home
gonna-
Depot.
We're not going to say that every time. Okay.
Yes,
so
we are.
MC,
Yes.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Big PR for you.
Yes, it's a big PR.
And as Coach Jacob said, it was just masterful. I mean,
A
honestly.
master class in pacing, really good. Tell us
Thank
what you
you.
were thinking going through the race, just hitting that same split over and over and over again.
Yes. So I knew I wanted to play it conservative a little bit in the first 1K, and I think I stayed pretty true to that. And then my plan was to bring it down in the last 500.
And you did.
Yeah. So race execution went to plan. So that was good. Yeah.
That's awesome.
And that
Thank
really
you.
just shows one of the crucial keys is having a plan going into the race, saying this is what I'm trying to do, and then executing that plan. If you don't have a plan, you can't execute it. So
That's true. So tell us a little bit about yourself, Mary Claire.
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Northgate High School.
Which is not, it is
yes.
the south of the city.
It's in Noonan, Georgia, if you've ever heard of it.
We've heard of it.
Yeah. Yes.
And you're a senior?
I am a senior. Next year I'm going to Brown University.
Go Bruno.
Go Bruno.
of the universities named for colors, that's one of the better ones.
Yeah.
Much better than Green University. Is that a school? I don't know. If that's a
Well,
school.
we don't know.
Could be.
But honestly, MC, awesome job. We're
Thank
so
you.
proud of you. You did a great job. So congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I beat some of the varsity men, which is always a good feeling.
Not a good feeling for them. Also, MC, really quickly,
Yes.
what you've got this shirt. You want to see? This is the
This is
Roswell Erg Rodeo edition for 2022.
Yes.
Same cowboy,
Is there
new
anything
color.
back?
I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, so you can pick these up somewhere. I don't know where, but
They're at the tent when you walk in. If only athletes get them at this point.
they will definitely
All right,
eventually
good
be for
job,
sale in the
MC.
future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All
Okay,
right.
so now
So now next up is going to be the U19 Men Flight 2. That is going to start in just a couple of minutes here, slated for 11:15. Doesn't look like they're quite on the Ergs yet, so we'll give it a minute. Thanks everyone who is watching us here. You are here with Jacob and Lauren. We're live broadcasting the 2022 Crash AJs here at 245 Azalea Drive in the city of Roswell. We are about halfway through our program. So many good performances so far. We've been trying to interview all of our first place winners for each event so that you can hear from them directly. But thanks for hanging with us.
yes, and right now we're like Coach Lauren said, we are still halfway through, so incomplete the archives must be, but we're building those archives up, and we're looking to see the rest of the races. So the the varsity men here in this U19 event, we should be really excited for this one. We're going to see some really fast splits here
Yeah.
in this one, Lauren. I think a big difference between maybe what you really see the difference in a U17 athlete versus like someone who's like 7 feet tall, and a U19 athlete who's competing here in this event.
Yes, that's
and,
accurate.
And we can see splits possibly as low as 132, 133 range,
Yeah.
which could be really exciting if we have some PRs here. But yeah, it's gonna be crazy. So get excited for that. We're really looking forward to what these fellas can do.
Absolutely. And so you can see now the young men are sitting down on their ergs, taking some strokes to get used to this erg on which they're going to be competing. In lane 6, the favorite here is Sandro Scalfi, but it's been great. We've seen huge improvements in performance from Zach Lee, Luke, Keegan. I mean, even Charlie, Alex, and Lex. It's been great, and so maybe there'll be a surprise in this. We don't know, but hopefully we'll see a lot of really, really fast splits here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could be something special. Hopefully Zach Lee's not too tired from cheering for his sister earlier. We heard him from the announcer's tent. We could hear him cheering for his sister. So we'll see if that hopefully didn't tire him out too
Hopefully
much.
it just re-energized him to have the race of his life, and we'll wonder, is his sister going to be cheering for him and yelling at him, just like he cheered for her.
Yes, and while Sandro is definitely the odds-on favorite to win this race, I think there's going to be a lot of cheering we're going to hear probably from Zach, who's a real popular fellow among the teams for his goofy puppy dog personality. Zach's a character. Zach
Yes.
is definitely a character.
Yes. All right, here we go. Waiting for the flywheels to stop, meaning everyone will start from a dead stop here, and then this race will be on their way. The crowd is gathering. Love to see the women here to cheer on the men. We have some Georgia Tech folks there cheering on these men, so this should be a good one.
It should be.
We hope it is.
Rebellions are built on hope. So.
Not really sure how that relates.
Just
but
saying, that's a fun fact about hope.
Thank you.
Did you know that Obi-Wan Kenobi was Princess
No.
Leia's only hope?
Nope, I didn't.
Sent a message via R2-D2.
Okay, cool. All right, here we
And
go.
here we go.
They're
Man,
off.
that sound, it just gives me flashbacks. That ready, attention, row. I've heard that sound way too many times in my life. And already we see just off the bat here, as they get going, just the power that's on display. Unlimited power, and it's just really down in those 120s, those 130s, and it seems unlimited. It's really not. They do have to pace themselves and be smart here, but yeah, we can see a lot of guys pacing here, and a few guys looking to break 6:30 for the first time, which would be another, like we said, huge milestone. 6:30, one of the weirder splits to break because it's not an even nice multiple of 5. You got to go 137.5 if you want to break it. So we're going to see probably a lot of guys here pacing around a 138 and then slowly bringing it down, negative splitting throughout the race if they execute properly. I think that's going to be the goal for a lot of these guys.
Which looks like they're just holding right there. I see a lot of 138s, 139s. That's great. All right, so early leader, Sandro Scalfi, right behind him. 9 meters behind Zach Lee. Zach and Lee and Luke pretty much tied. Right behind them, Keegan and Alex McCabe pretty much tied. And then right behind them, Lex and Charlie also pretty much tied. So quite a little race here going on between our U19 men, second flight, which are really so many of our varsity men.
Right. And, I've been told one of the important keys in color commentary when you're doing sports events is to do human interest stories as well. And a human interest story here about Luke, as someone who's not a human and not interested in humans, I don't know a lot about human interest stories, but I do know that Luke, interestingly enough, in addition to being an important part of our AJRA community as a rower, also volunteers occasionally helping coach the D Squad group, which
Yes,
is
he does.
our middle school team, which is it's great to see kind of one of our more senior rowers who's
Giving
been
back.
here for 5 or 6 years now, Luke, who joined AJRA as a 7th grader, now kind of giving back and adding to the experience of those rowers the same that he had. And
Yes.
hopefully he does a better job coaching than his D Squad coach, who was me. So
I think he already is.
yeah, the bar is not too high. We just keep getting better coaches every year here at the old AJRA. So anyway, Luke and Zach are really neck and neck here, fighting it out for second and third place, and that's kind of what we're expecting for this race. It's going to be a fight between them for second, behind Sandro, and then Alex and Keegan could eke in their way there too as well. But yeah, we're seeing all those guys holding around 137 to a 140, and then Lex and Charlie looking to break that 7-minute mark, hopefully down and possibly breaking the 640 mark as well as they negative split here. But now continuing to pull away about 25 to 30 meters ahead of the field, right at that 135. Sandro's coming up on that 1,000-meter mark, completing the first half of the race, and it's just going to be a question of bringing it down here. We just want to see them continue to get faster and faster as this race goes along, which is a challenge because as the race goes along, you also get more and more tireder. And so
You
to
do.
go faster and faster as you get more and more tireder is very difficult.
All right. So right now we see Sandro in the lead by about 30 meters. He's being really consistent holding his split right now. So just as we saw the winner of the U19 Women and the Open Women, it's that consistency, that rhythm through the middle of the race that sort of can propel you ahead. Also pretty consistent, we have Zach Lee and Luke, literally within 2 meters of each other, both out of 138, both just trying to get themselves a little bit ahead of the other. It's going to be a burner of a sprint for those two.
Indeed, it really is. And, as I'm watching this here, I'm just reminded this is really where the rubber meets the road, this kind of race, as you get into this point. It's nice to, say, I want to do this, I want to do that. And yeah, effort is good, and you want to try. But, when you're in the side that last 1,000 meters of a 2K, do or do not. There is no try. You just gotta go. And you just got to just hammer it down. And Sandro here who's been consistently around that 135, is starting to drop it here. We're seeing him at that 134 occasionally, and 600 meters left, starting to go. Luke and Zach the same, now at a 138. We want to see them continue to drop it. Hopefully breaking 630 and then some here at this race would be ideal for them.
So it looks like, what is the pace, Sandra? 135. What does that give you?
135. That puts you right at a 620.
That would be great.
But definitely for Sandra, we're looking closer to sub 615. Would be a good showing from him for today. Luke now Luke looks like he's made his move as he crosses that 500 meter mark. Luke is going in his sprint, and he's walking away from Zach. It's going to be interesting. Is Zach going to go with him? Zach's still holding that 138. Really, really strong sprint here from Luke. He's pacing with Sandro here. Sandro's now dropping it to a 133. Luke is going with him. It's a push. I don't think it's going to be enough for Luke to catch Sandro, but he's really having a nice, strong finish here, and we like to see that.
Awesome.
Sandro seems to be struggling to get it down as he gets into that last 300 meters. That's less than a minute now for most of these rowers. Once you're at this speed, 300 meters is less than a minute. Zach now pushing it. Zach is a great sprinter as well, but he just doesn't seem to be going. Keegan with a nice sprint here now, dropping it down into the 138s.
Oh, here comes Sandro.
There goes Sandro, 200 meters left. He's at a 130 now. He's got to get it below 130. Can he get it into the 120s? This is kind of what we're looking for and really excited to see. I think as we come into this last few strokes, we're going to see some numbers in the 120s. Would be very exciting. Zach, it looks like he's not going to be able to catch Luke. Luke now really pushing 128 now from Sandro. That's good. Luke at a 130. Can Luke get it below that 130? And there goes Sandro to 128. Luke's at a 130. Zach now at a 135. Keegan at a 138. And there goes Sandro, 615.2. Really strong showing there from Sandro. Luke about 40 meters behind him, closing it out here. Last stroke, Luke at a 624.9. Really good showing there from Luke, and Zach behind him, breaking 630. And who's it going to be next? Looks like it's going to be Keegan fighting and closing in on fourth place with Alex McCabe, who is actually a first-year rower. This is his first CRASH AJs. He's a junior, but this is his first CRASH AJs. Right at a 641. A good showing, and now it's a fight here to cross the finish line between Charlie Martin and Lex Christensen. Who's it going to be? It's tight, but it looks like it's going to be Charlie just barely eking out that victory over Lex by a couple of seconds. So that is the end result here. Sandro at a 6:15, Luke at a 6:24, and Zach at a 6:29, rounding out our top three.
Whoa, that was a race, and that was some awesome sprints we saw from these guys. Really, really awesome. It looks like Coach Sean's out in the crowd looking pretty happy. I'd be happy too with these erg scores. Excellent, excellent job.
That's a PR from Luke, and just half a split off a PR from Zach. Right close to it, but not quite there. Keegan PRing by a second, and Alex also PRing by a second. So happy with those results. Lex PR'd by a full split, 4 seconds, and Charlie, not a PR, but a good showing from him, right around what you'd expect. So yeah, really, really good. I would say now this is pod racing, right? I would say, yippee! So anyway.
All right, so we're gonna go on a 5-minute break here. Jacob and I will be back for our next event at 11:30. So stick with us. You'll hear some nice music, and we will be back to go on to our next race.
Yes, but for the moment we're turning off our targeting computer, but everything is fine. Don't worry, and we'll be right back. Good. Yep. Everything under control here. We're fine. Everything's normal. Slight malfunction, but everything's normal here. We're fine. Everything's all right. How are you? So yes, we're back here now, anticipating the start of the Open Men's race, and that's going to be again open, so it's not closed. Anybody can join it, but it's primarily going to be Georgia Tech varsity men's athletes, people who have competed in events like this before, and yes, now we're just waiting for the race to start, and looks like we're stopped and we're preparing to go. So the racers should be off here any moment. And they're off right out of the gates here. Really off to a quick start. We saw a quick split there to 119 out of Sam Heflin in lane 6. And now the athletes through that first 100 meters are settling in. Pretty similar pace to what we saw in the last event, in between, 135 and a 145, somewhere in that range. Looks like settling in around a 140 is going to be our faster people in the middle lane. So we've got in lane 3 Noah, lane 4 Ryan, lane 5 Andrew, lane 6 Sam, lane 7 Amog, lane 8 Michael, and lane 9 Pierre. So that's good. We've got a really tight race here right now. It looks like Andrew is pulling into the lead, but Sam and Amog are right behind him, so it's pretty close, and they're kind of pacing back and forth. They're side by side. It really could be anybody's race early on. It's too tough to tell, but Sam and Amog are just tussling back and forth around that 140 to a 142, and Andrew really coming out of the gate now fast here, wondering if he's going to be able to hold this pace. Definitely remains to be seen, but at the moment Andrew having a really strong showing, and now Amog pulling in now below 140 as well, and settling into that 140 pace. Andrew at a 137, 139 from Andrew. Looks to be a little all over the place. He needs to find it. He needs to settle in here. We don't want to see him go out too fast. That could be catastrophic. So we'll see what happens. Behind our top 3 there, it's another really close race. With the rest of the pack, we've got them all within 20, 30 meters of each other, pulling around that 145 to 147 range between Pierre, Michael, Ryan, and Noah. So this is a pretty tight race here. 2 clusters that are really just going back and forth, and it's going to be interesting to see as we approach now the 1,000 meter mark. We're about 750 meters in, the leaders are, who's going to be able to pull away here and take command of this. It's really tight still between Sam and Amog. They're just going back and forth. Sam now has taken the pacing lead. It's just stroke for stroke, but I think the last couple of races we've seen a really strong precision in the pacing. Blast points that were way too precise for Sam people must have been stormtroopers, but now it's not as strong consistent blast points here. The tracks are more side by side versus single file to hide the numbers, so it's a little more all over the place, bouncing up and down. But Andrew seems to be holding now 1,000 meters in, still holding that sub 140 pace, so it looks good. And he's now, I may have spoken too soon. I hate to have jinxed Andrew there, because he's now fighting to hold that 140, but still a really strong showing, and Sam and Amog are not far behind. Although now it seems that Amog is slightly falling behind Sam, who seems to be taking the edge here, and is holding that 141 with Amog at around 142, 143. Andrew still holding it in lane 5 below that 140 with 900 meters left to go. It looks like this could be Andrew's race, but it's still too close to call it for him one way or the other. But now it looks like Sam is taking a more commanding lead of second. He's got about 6 or 7 meters now on Amog and outpacing him by 2 or 3 splits. And then behind that in 4th, Ryan, and then close behind him is Pierre, and then finally pretty close together are Michael and Noah. But yeah, Andrew still holding that 140, 139. But there's Sam going with Andrew now. They're neck and neck pacing wise, and it's just going to be a question of can Sam commit and go a little bit faster? Can he push it? Can he make this a 2-horse race? And that is, and to be clear, neither of these people are actually horses. They're people, but 2-horse race is an expression, and I've been told I need to express myself. So yeah. Anyway, Andrew, 139 now, and it's just going to be about 2 minutes left in this race. It's going to be close whether or not he can break 640, but that would be a really big milestone for him and really exciting to see. And Sam it's still within reach for Sam too. I mean, Sam's got to drop the pace a little bit, but the 640 is definitely still on the table. Absolutely. And by on the table, I mean on the erg, which is not a table. If you're eating on the erg, that's a bad idea. But anyway, now they're at a 141, and that's not going to be enough for either of them to get there. So they really got to push that pace down here in this final 500 meters and close it out strong.
You can hear the crowd cheering them on to get them to do that.
We can hear the crowd. I don't know how good this microphone is, if you can hear the crowd, but we can definitely hear the crowd, and you just take our word for it because the crowd is definitely making noise. The crowd is noise makers, and now, Sam is outpacing Andrew, but is it going to be enough? 350 meters left for the leaders, and Sam is outpacing Andrew by about a split now. Andrew had a couple bad strokes there, went up to a 145. You can tell he's really feeling the pain, maybe paying the consequence for that speedy start, but Sam is pulling closer and closer, but it just seems like it's going to be too late. It might not be enough. He's still got about 30 meters to make up and only about 250 meters left to go. So unless he can really find another gear here, but I may have spoken too soon. Sam now pulling down to 135. Woo! If Sam can keep working it down, he's going to make this a close one. He's closing the gap, but it just doesn't seem like there's enough time. Meanwhile, Ryan now closing in on a Mog, only 7 meters behind him, and with enough time left to go, he could close that gap. It's going to be a tight race now. Third place is up in question. You can see on the screen Ryan's boat inching up on a Mog's little by little. 100 meters left. Can he close the gap? He's got to make up almost 10 meters, but it's not impossible. It is within reach. It's just going to depend on how hard he's willing to go, and if Amog stays on it or backs off. The gap now is out to 10 meters. It looks like Ryan's not able to bring the sprint at the way Amog was, but man, it's a close one there as Andrew and Sam both cross the finish line under 6 minutes and 40 seconds. And now, how many more can we get in before that 7-minute mark? There is Amog, and right behind him, just a couple seconds behind, is Ryan and Pierre and Michael O'Donnell closing in. Going to be real close. Michael O'Donnell, a HRA alumni. Exciting to see him back here on the at the old Azalea Drive premises. And they cross right just slightly over 7 minutes. And Noah now closing out, finishing the pack. You can hear all his teammates cheering for him, pushing him to cross the finish line. He's got about 2 more strokes, and he's going to come in right at that 7:22.3.
All right, so to recap our top 3 finishers here in the open men category, we have Andrew winning 6:35, Sam second, and Amog in third. So way to go, great job. Right now, while we get set up for our next race, we're actually going to bring over and interview the winner of our U19 men's event, Sandro Scalfi. Sandro, come and sit on the bucket of honor here.
The Home Depot bucket. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Anyway, so Sandro, I'm going to ask you the first question. We noticed as soon as you got off the erg, you were on your phone. Who were you calling?
I was actually calling my brother.
Your brother.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us.
Who is your brother?
Dante Scalfi. He's an alumni of, class of 2021?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Well, that's awesome. Love it. We were placing bets on who we were calling. It's great that it was your brother. Okay, so how did you feel about your piece?
It was a really weird piece in general, I think.
Okay.
I mean, the first 200 meters really threw me off because, for some reason, I was at it was showing me like a 128 split in those first couple of strokes, but then for some reason the average was showing like a 140.
Okay.
For that first 100 meters.
Yeah, that's one of the tough things with the Erg Sprints is the fan starting from a complete dead stop, and it can be really weird to get it going, but you definitely feel how heavy it can be right off the start.
So that really threw me
It
off.
may have threw you, but it looked like you rode a really consistent race, really just consistent pacing, very, very mature. Do you think you can go faster?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't. I
Having
mean, it wasn't a
PR'd so
PR.
recently, just a couple weeks ago, it's a good showing. Maybe not the ideal thing you hope for, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you still have a mallet, which is fun.
Yeah.
And
And more motivation to go faster on the next
That's
one.
right.
There you go.
That's
That's what
right.
we're always looking for, is that motivation to be faster than you were the day before. That's the key.
yes. So awesome job, Sandro.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We're excited to see when you break 6:10, which I know is coming. All right.
Yeah, and then the record.
That's right. Okay, here we go.
Going
Whoever
for a
has
record.
the record, Sandro's coming for you.
Watch
here.
out, Morgan Bean.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandro. Congratulations on your racing today. So yeah, that was our chat there with Sandro, one of the more Italian fellows we have on the team. Certainly.
Well, Scalfy, yes. All right, we're gonna get set up for our next race in a minute. We just want to thank City of Roswell. It's always a great partnership to be here running this event right next to the Roswell River landing, right on the Chattahoochee River in Azalea Park. We want to thank everyone who's watching us. We hear that we have some fans from down the river, and we're super pumped. Thanks for watching us. We're really, really happy.
Right. Yeah. It's great, and we're really excited. You know, the coaches and the parents who helped put on this event. We're really thankful to them and all the volunteers and the extra time we spent to make this event happen. It's a really exciting thing that we've started for here at AJRA. This is our second one we've done, and we started it last year as a response to kind of the lack of competitions we were able to get to go to COVID, and it was a AJRA only thing. We've now brought in a second team and opened up the
maybe next
invites,
year
and
somebody else will come and
in
try
the
to
future,
challenge
it'll continue to
reign
grow,
here.
and that's great to see, and it's great to have this kind of kickoff to our spring racing season, which will be underway, as the months continue to be springier. And
All right, we are
lots
getting
of more
set up
racing
now.
to look forward to.
Yes, okay, so what's next? We are looking at the U19 Light Men. I believe there's only one flight of this group, so sort of winner take all. We're looking for some times that are definitely below 7, maybe below 6:50. So super pumped about what we're going to see from these guys. They will get started in just about 4 minutes, 11:45.
And it's interesting. I mean, lightweights they are smaller individuals than not lightweights, and so there's definitely a limit to what they are physically, the mass that they're able to move and how much energy they can input onto the erg, just limited by size. But that's why we kind of have that distinction here on the erging. But not a distinction that exists anymore in U.S. rowing. There's no longer lightweight racing at the regionals and nationals level.
That's correct.
And lost an event U.S. rowing has. How embarrassing. No, but it's an interesting development that's happened over the past couple of years. Part of it with the pandemic and just stuff that was going on. And, a lot of it's probably for the benefit of the athletes and not really focusing so much on size, just right, just how well they can do. And you gotta say, I'm sure a lot of them were thinking, judge me by my size, do you? But
And this group is about 155 and under, and they're still doing awesome scores and being in top boats and being really competitive at the regional and national level, which is one of the reasons why U.S. rowing at the juniors did eliminate lightweight rowing. Still does exist at the collegiate level right now. So
yeah, but it's really just ultimately it's about moving the boat. It's about applying power. That power is about work, and that work is force times distance. And so they've just got to be allies with the force, and a powerful ally that is. So
there are just so many Star Wars references happening here. The real question is, will we be hearing references from any other movies during the next 3 hours?
It's a great question. And it's going to be it's bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works for him.
Okay, that was from Dodgeball. Even that one I knew.
When he puts the blindfold on.
Yes.
It's kind of like also though when Luke was doing the run on the Death Star and he turned off his targeting computer and he couldn't see, and they're like, he's turned off his targeting computer, but then he's still.
We could have just stopped at Dodgeball.
Because he's like, this is like shooting womp rats.
Anyway, Just another minute or so. Our U19 light men, basically, really, it's all of our male athletes under about 155 pounds. They are here taking up some warm-up strokes on the ergs. They will be getting ready to go in just a minute.
Fun fact about Coach Jacob.
We're on the edge of our seats.
Suspense is important for storytelling. Fun fact about Coach Jacob, I was not a lightweight rower.
Okay.
I was 155 by like 4th grade, so
Okay.
lightweights was not in the cards for me. But that's okay.
Fun fact about Coach Lauren is I was in fact a lightweight rower for all of high school and college.
Where was that?
At Georgetown University. Go Hoyas, go G130s. All right, here we go. We're getting ready to start here. We're waiting for the flywheels to slow down so everyone's starting from a dead
Isn't
stop.
a Hoya a bulldog?
Actually,
A dog?
It means the mascot is a bulldog. Hoya actually means what? What is a Hoya? Exactly. Yeah, consider that, Jacob. Okay.
What?
Here we go.
What?
Ready? Attention. And go.
And they're off.
All right.
Just begun, the Erg Sprints have. So they are off, and it looks like early on, wow, really fast sprint there out of the gate from Aiden Cavanaugh. We're looking now for them to settle in. And it's a tight grouping here at the front of the pack across the first 4 or 5 rowers from Aiden all the way down to Andres. But settling in now, we're looking at splits anywhere between 140 and 155, hopefully from our athletes here. It's a bit of a wide range, but you know there's a bit of a wide range in these lightweights. You know, some of them are very tall, lanky lightweights. Some of them are very small, short lightweights. Just depends, but
it's true. All right, so Khan sitting here in lane 6, the favorite. Right now he's ahead, but only by really 2 to 4 meters over Sam and Aiden, so they are right on his tail. It looks like Khan and Sam both trying to get into a base rhythm right about that 143, which will have them pretty well under 7. Then we have Ian. Yes, Ian right behind them, and then in a really tight pack, Patrick, Andres, and Avik.
Avik, yeah.
Avik.
And it's really interesting for those of you watching at home, if you've got a view to see the actual racing taking place. Lightweights tend to have a pretty high stroke rate. One of the things a lightweight really needs to rely on is how quickly they can get up and down the slide and get that fan moving, because they're just not able to get as much of their weight behind it and power the fan to move. So they just have to get it and just really fly it along. So when you watch lightweight racing, you really see on the water really high stroke rates, and that's kind of one of the advantages they have over the heavyweights. And so you see that reflected on the erg as well. These guys are just flying up and down. I mean, it's like,
all right,
it's almost like they seem to see things before they happen. So
anyway,
they have quick reflexes.
Khan and Sam, stroke for stroke, literally within 1 meter of each other as we get into, they cross about 600 meters into the race. Super tight. They're friends. Who's going to win? I don't know. In 3rd place right now, we have Aiden Cavanaugh. And then right around behind them, a whole big pack of really the rest of the group.
Sam now looking to be taking the lead from Khan. He's less than a meter behind. He's outpacing them. Any second now, we should see a lead change on the official tally between the two. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet, but it's really close. And now we see it, Sam taking the lead from Khan. Now, Sam has been known for really being an aggressive starter to pieces.
Okay.
And it's going to be interesting to see now if he can hold this lead now that he's got it as he finishes this out. Khan, though, less than a meter behind and tight with the pacing. It's going to be really interesting between them. To see if both of them can push and break that 145 mark, which is a huge mark, as we say, in general for athletes, but for lightweight rowers, that's a really big milestone.
Yep.
So it'll be really exciting to see some athletes potentially crossing that threshold today. And across
like
the board here, we've got a pretty interesting formation, all like a bunch of geese flying over our dock.
It does look like a flying V here. We see, it looks like a little bit we're getting through the middle. Some people, their split is coming up, which means they're going a little bit slower. That's because the fatigue is setting in, the lactic acid is building, and, it becomes harder to sustain. So what we're looking for is making sure that these athletes are really fighting through, pushing through, and just getting themselves to the finish as fast as they possibly can.
And so far, Sam Link really seems to be winning the victory, not just of having the lead, but of pacing too, being more consistent than a lot of the other ones we've seen. But that remains to be seen if that'll hold throughout the day. Khan, now you can tell as we close into the second half of it, is really starting to feel it and taking his foot off the gas a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see if he can kind of bring it back down and find it again, or if Sam's going to be able to walk away with this. And then behind that, a really tight fight for third place between Aiden Cavanaugh and Owen Goggins, and only less than 10 meters separating them. And it's just going to be a question of who can really push it out this last 750 a little bit more and close in onto that medal stand. But Lauren, as we watch this race here and you see this tight formation, kind of like a bunch of birds flying here in a V shape.
Flying V.
Gotta make you wonder whatever happened to that band Flock of Seagulls.
I was actually going to say whatever happened to Mighty Ducks 4, but yes,
that's another great question.
Thank you. I know.
And perhaps we could ask Coach Sean. He's a bit of a hockey fan, but yeah, now it looks like everybody here fighting to hold the pace, and we're definitely seeing the fatigue set in, struggling to stay near that 145 for Sam. It's going to take a lot from him in this last 500 meters if he's going to break that, but he does seem to have a pretty strong command of the lead.
Here we go, pushing it down to 145.
That's good, and we see now Owen making a move to kind of pull ahead of Aiden and start to take command of that third place, and he's really outpacing Aiden here, and now he's going to be pushing into Khan, and if he can bring that pace down a little bit more, if Khan continues to kind of struggle here, Owen might be able to sneak his way in this last 500 into second place. It's not out of the question, Lauren, but right now Sam now at a 143. I feel like he can really taste it. He can really sense it. What's ahead of him, and perhaps really wants that 145.
Right.
He's hungry for it, and he's not going to let anything get in his way.
Here we go.
He's decided that he's going to stand firm. There's going to be no disintegrations, absolutely, and he's just going to stay. Yeah, really bringing the sprint on now. Sam is really showing it, and you can hear the crowd getting into it. There's a big crowd gathered around the Ergs between him and Khan, and he is pushing it down 140 in this sprint. Really bringing it down and making me eat my words earlier for saying he likes to go out aggressive, because the aggression in the second half of this race has just been fantastic from him. This is a huge step for Sam in terms of pacing here, and he's below that 140 and is walking away now from the field, 40 meters ahead of Khan, who's in second.
Wow.
135. Really great showing here from Sam. And now Khan still has about 30 meters of a lead over Owen, but they're neck and neck in terms of pacing. Owen's really going to have to push it here if he wants to touch Khan, but I think it's going to be Khan in second place and Owen there in third. And what the interesting race we're watching now is the fight for sixth between Patrick Meinhardt and Andres, who are within 1 or 2 meters of each other. But right now, Andres is pacing a lot faster than Patrick, and we're kind of seeing the benefits of that negative splitting approach, kind of getting faster as the race goes on, whereas Patrick's just fighting to hold on for dear life. And now Andres has pulled ahead. He's got 4 meters on him now as opposed to 3, so he keeps expanding his lead as we have now 4 boats have crossed the finish line, and it's a fight for 5th place. And first so far, we've got Sam, followed by Khan, then Owen, and then Aiden. And now it looks like it's going to be Andres with the negative splitting, who's able to edge out Patrick. Strong early start from Patrick. We just couldn't hold on to it all the way there through the end and got edged out by Andres. And then about 50 meters left to go now for Rahil, and Avik close behind him. Coming into that last 50 meters, last 5 or 6 strokes here, looking to hopefully break that 8-minute mark. And then coming into the last 200 now is Connor. Connor is really struggling here, really fighting, but he's
starting to bring
it down now, and we're seeing him kind of catch a second wind as he's struggling and trying to close it out strong. Connor now about 130 meters left to round out, and we should be seeing him come onto our screen here any minute as he comes into that last 100. Let's see if he can drop it below a 210 and really finish this out. with some nice aggression and a good
Here he
sprint
goes,
here to close it
about
out. Less than
10
10 strokes now,
yep.
and there he is at a 2:08, dropping it below that 2:10, coming onto our monitors now. We can see him, and as you watch him in the race, you can see on his face the exhaustion, but he's pushing through, finding that sprint, a little bit of extra speed, really emptying the tank. Nice long strokes, full compression, sending it here as he's got about 1 or 2 strokes left, crossing the line at an 8:49, breaking 8:50 there, which is you know, faster than not. So good. And yeah, I think that's a big PR from Sam at the top of the leaderboard here, breaking 1:45 for the first time. So really huge accomplishment for him as a lightweight to do that. Exciting to see. Looking now to our producers to see if there's any other PRs.
And while we looked there, so to recap our top 3, Sam Link first, Khan second, and Owen third. Way to go, guys.
Owen with a PR there by about 6 seconds. Very nice PR there from Owen.
All right. So the lightweight men are getting off the erg. Just so you know, we are cleaning the ergs between every person who is getting on there. Safety first here at AJRA, and then we will be getting ready for the U19 lightweight women.
Yeah, and safety is important, but you know, also these people are just smelly and gross, Lauren, and no one wants to be sitting in someone else's erg sweat. So we want to make sure we clean those seats off, make sure they've got a nice place to stay. And you know, it's not all about looking clean and looking great. I mean, sometimes you see an erg and it might look bad, but it could be the fastest hunk of junk in the galaxy. But it's really about the rower that's on there. But at the same time, you know, you want to clean your equipment, take care of it, keep it clean, and not be sitting in somebody else's nasty erg sweat. So,
yes.
Yeah. So what event do we have coming up next here in about 4 minutes?
We have the U19 lightweight women. So again, these are women generally around 130 pounds or below. We have, I think, a pretty full field right now with the women from our varsity team. Again, lightweight, not a category anymore at the U.S. rowing regional or national level, but for this event, we have broken them out. We'll crown a lightweight women's champion. I would say agree with Jacob, just like with the men, you're going to see a little bit higher stroke rate here, a little bit more quick on the feet, quick on the legs to get that fan moving.
Right. Yeah, and it's important to have that speed, and it's going to be exciting here. These athletes, you know, they're not the biggest athletes, but they'll still give anybody a run for their money.
That's
and yeah,
right.
You really see a lot of toughness, a lot of tenacity, a lot of lightweights. You compare them a lot of times. You hear the comparison between lightweight rowers and beef jerky. They just really are really tough and
I've literally never heard that comparison, but it's an
all right,
interesting
well, but beef jerky had that commercial where messing with Sasquatch, and then they're also, because some of them are small, but they still have big, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
but
I'm
anyway,
not sure it relates to the lightweight women. They're sitting down on the erg now. We'll get started in just a second.
Speaking of weird ads, what was your favorite Super Bowl commercial?
Oh, I'd have to think about that.
There were some decent ones this year, though, I think.
Yeah.
There were also some really bad, way too many cryptocurrency ones.
I mean, unless you're into that.
But that's like the thing now that they're advertising. I thought that Larry David crypto commercial one, though, was pretty good.
I'm like blanking
Okay,
on all of that.
it was like
I need a minute.
It was like throughout history, like some guy comes up to Larry David and's like, I invented the wheel. He's like, not so good. And then Thomas Edison invents the light bulb. He's like, it stinks. It stinks. It's not good. And then at the end of it, the guy's like, crypto, blah, blah, blah. He's like, I don't think so. I'm never wrong about these things. So, but it shows him being wrong about all of them.
Yeah,
leading up to that.
I actually do think that sounds like an entertaining commercial.
That was a pretty good ad, yeah. Do we have time to interview Sam right now?
We might. Hey, Sam, come over
Sam,
here.
come on over.
Come sit on the bucket of...
Sit on the Home Depot bucket. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
So this is our champion bucket here. Sam, you just got off the erg. You're still catching your breath. How do you think that went?
Wasn't a PR, but I was very, very close. Happy with how I did today.
Yeah, Coach Jacob accused you of not having a strong second half of the race.
Not what I said.
And then you totally schooled him with really what
Great sprint.
a killer
Fantastic sprint.
Thank you.
Fight for the top 3, but don't count out Kat. She really is having a nice showing here. And again, her name is just Kat. She's not actually Kat. She is a person. These are all people.
yes, this is all accurate.
If one of them was named something else, we might say they're a person and their name is Anakin, but that's not any of their names. But that's
We
something you
wouldn't
could
say
say. If it's just going to be it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be. I think it's going to come down to the wire, Coach Lauren. It's really going to ultimately be about who crosses that finish line first.
It always is. So we are, our top 3 are approaching 500 meters to go. Right now, Maisie, big shift. She settled back out, but Maisie and Lizzie within 2 meters of each other, going back and forth, stroke for stroke. For them, it will come down to the last 500 meters and who's going to sprint it the fastest. Savannah, right on their tail, about 15 meters behind. Again, Savannah looks like she's gearing up for her sprint. Kat.
And now Lizzie making a move here.
Yes.
As we're 450 meters left to go, Lizzie pulling to a 146. She's now within 2 meters of Maisie. Maisie and Lizzie are side by side, both going 157. Right behind them, Savannah at a 159. Now Maisie pulls the split down. She's 2 splits ahead of Lizzie, who now pulls it even there at a 157. 2 meters separating them. It's going to be a question of who wants to make a move. As we cross that 350 meter mark for both athletes at a 157, Maisie dropping to 156, 155. Will Lizzie go with her? Maisie, the 156, she needs to open it up. She's now opened it up. She's got 2.5, 3 meters ahead of Lizzie. Lizzie working it back down, but Maisie's outpacing her. She's outpacing her now 155 to 158. Lizzie at a 157, 156, Maisie at a 154. She responds, keeping that lead. Can she hold it? Lizzie wants it, but as she's got to go. Lizzie now dropping it at 156. Maisie responds, dropped it to a 156 as well. They both now dropped it to 155. We're inside of 250 meters for the 2 leaders. Savannah still at a 159, now dropping to a 157, trying to close it out and secure 3rd place as Ellie and Kat are creeping up on her, but it's Maisie at a 155. Lizzie now outpacing Maisie at a 154, trying to close the gap. 152 to 155.
2 meters.
Lizzie to 152, Maisie to 154. 150 meters left, 2 meters separating them. It could be anyone's race, but Lizzie now in the sprint, pulling ahead of Maisie. Is it gonna be enough? Is it gonna be soon enough? Now Maisie responding, dropping down to a 151. Lizzie's at a 152. Now they're both at a 151. 2 meters still separating these very, very, very competitive athletes.
Wow.
This is pod racing. We are less than 100 meters left to go. One of them is going to be crossing the finish line any second now. And it's Maisie, 148, 147. Will Lizzie respond? It looks like it's not going to be enough from Lizzie. A great race, but Maisie pulling in at a 745.8, and Lizzie right behind her, 1 second away, 746.9. And now crossing the finish line, Savannah at a 753.3, and it looks like it's going to be Kat Geiger-Costa fighting through, just barely missing that 8-minute mark, but in 8:01 in 4th place is Kat, followed closely behind by Ellie. And now we've got a tight race here for 5th place in between Emily and EK. EK's outpacing Emily, but she's behind by 1 meter. She's got 50 meters left. Can she make up the distance?
There goes Emily.
There goes Emily. Now Emily is responding. Emily, they're neck and neck. It's less than a meter. They're neck and neck now. 12 meters, both 8. 8 meters now, 4 meters. Who's it going to be? Oh my gosh. By 7/10 of a second, Emily ekes out and win over EK. And now finally crossing the line is Helena and Elizabeth, the third of the news, the most recent one to cross, the most newly finished new. So the other 2 are now old news. But yeah, that looks to be it. We've got Maisie McAllister in lane 6 with the just over a second, beating Lizzie Fowler. What an exciting race that was, Lauren. Really like to see that kind of last second. Battling it out for the top spot.
I agree. This is what makes lightweight rowing great. We had so many races that were 1 to 2 meters between finishers. It was so exciting. Awesome job. To recap it out, we have Maisie coming in first by just over a second over Lizzie, coming in second. Savannah rounding out third. And then you can see here on your screen just some really, really solid performances. I know there's a couple of PRs in here. I'm going to check on them. But overall, very, very exciting.
Really, really just a couple of great warriors here. And I know Master Yoda says war not make one great, but this battle here, I mean, that made this a really great race in between those top 2 contestants, and that was really exciting to see. So yeah, that was a really exciting finish, and the whole reason, besides just seeing me and Coach Lauren, which is obviously the #1 reason to tune in, but behind that, this is what we tune in for. This is why we're here. This is the exciting stuff that we are always look forward to when we're putting on this Crash AJs event. And by always, I mean for the past 2 years.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, very exciting, and we're looking forward now to our next event, which I believe Coach Lauren is the event that we have next, obviously.
Yes. Well,
which
while you're
is
doing
going
that,
to be the first flight of the Coxswains race.
oh gosh, always an exciting one. Well, just to call it a couple things, big PR from Emily here. Helena, great job. Season PR for Kat right now. She's going to keep getting faster. I believe this is a season PR for Savannah. As you know, Savannah came to our team just a couple months ago from Peachtree City, so we don't have all of our Erg data, but really, really good performance. And so just awesome job by these lightweight women.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing a lot of really good performances. I think, 200,000 units ready with millions more on the way. Just really good performances we're seeing. Really exciting to see. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. I mean, that's why I'm here. So yeah, this is really exciting to watch these kind of things. And I think that's why we all tune in.
So let's see if we can get some of our winners from our open events here for an interview.
Sarah!
All right. So
We've now got the winner of our Open Women's event, Georgia Tech rower Sarah Nastasi, joining us here on the Home Depot bucket.
the winner's bucket.
Home Depot, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
So
Sarah, how you doing?
This is the winner's bucket. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. It's a very
Final
nice
Erg Sprints, huh?
Yeah.
Never thought you'd be back here again, but here you
No.
are.
So are you a senior?
Yeah. I'm a master's student. This is my 5th year.
Awesome.
So old.
Extra year of COVID eligibility, and she said, you know what, I just haven't erged enough 2Ks yet. I need to do it again.
Yes.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
Do you regret that decision now?
No. Was that a PR for you?
Yes.
That's exciting.
Very exciting.
That's awesome to PR on your last ever Erg Sprint. Do you know what you're going to do after you finish your master's degree?
Get a job.
Okay, well, if anyone's
Nice.
looking for, what is your major?
Transportation engineering.
If anyone is looking for a transportation engineer, we got a really fast erger and great worker here.
She's wicked smart.
So,
She knows everything about roads and stuff,
we should go hire her.
except for dual laps.
Do you lead the Georgia Tech crew team?
I was president, but I am no longer anymore.
Okay, so former president of the Georgia Tech crew
Georgia-
team. So, well, excellent job. Congratulations
Thank you.
on the PR and on graduating coming up. And so, thanks for being here.
Holding the
Thank
team
you.
together during the past 2
Yes,
years during
yes.
the pandemic. Great member of the Georgia Tech team. Go Jackets.
Go Jackets.
Good
All right.
race today, Sarah. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
now,
Thank you.
the people asked for it. The most anticipated event of the day, the Coxswains race. But before that, we've got another interview.
Oh, here we go.
Another athlete joining us on the Home Depot bucket. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Joining us now is the winner, just fresh off the erg, still out of breath maybe, is our winner of the women's lightweight U19 race, Maisie. That was a crazy finish.
Yes.
What
it
was going through your mind the last 300 meters?
The last 200 meters, I think it was really the people around me.
Uh-huh.
Because I think just being competitive with each other and not letting each other fail was the reason that I finished
Yeah.
the race.
Could you tell how Lizzie was neck and neck with you, 3
Yes.
meters? Yes, okay.
Yes, I was watching the entire time, and it was kind of just like us going back and forth and pushing each other.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Are you going to get faster from this?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
It was like a duel of fates,
Yeah.
a battle of heroes.
So let's ask this. Who's your pick for the winner of the Coxswain race?
For this Cox race, I'm gonna have to go with Alexa because she was the coxswain of my 4
Okay.
last year, so I think it's only right that I pick her.
Okay.
You do know
so-
that their ability as a coxswain has nothing to do with their ability as a rower, right?
Yes, but I honestly have never seen any of them row in the erg, so
So you're just hoping.
Huh, interesting. Coxswain's not on the ergs.
Yes. Well, Maisie, you did an awesome job.
Thank you.
Great sprint. Really good piece overall. So congratulations on
Congratulations.
your mallet.
PR?
I'll give
Is
you
it a PR?
yes.
Was
and
it?
a PR.
A great day. Really exciting. All right,
Yes.
and now, by
Thanks,
Maisie,
Maisie.
you're not as important as this coxswain race, which is truly the highlight of the day. Now, these coxswains, maybe not as trained to do a full 2K, so I believe the coxswain race is just a 1,000-meter race. But believe me, that will be more than enough coxswain racing, you will be very excited and happy with what you see. So all I'm going to say is the force is strong with this one. These coxswains are really something else. And you know, rowers are competitive, but coxswains are next level. Okay. There they go.
Oh gosh, and the crowd is going wild immediately.
You know, coxswains, rowers, when they lose, they get upset, but coxswains, they tend to rip people's arms off. So you don't want to get in the way.
Not sure that's exactly.
Don't want to get in the way of a coxswain who's just lost a race. They get very upset. So the competition is going to be, we've got a lot of competition and a certain level of athleticism here in the coxswain race that just makes for exciting television.
Well, so just
for
so
all our
everyone
viewers
knows,
at home.
coxswains are only racing 1,000 meters, so that's half the distance that our athletes went. That's really because the coxswains don't, I would say, train for
They're
this
also
kind of
about half the size of the normal people. So they're like, if the other athletes are like Wookiees, they're like Ewoks, okay? If you want to think about it like that.
Yeah, okay. And so right now, in first place, we have Max, who I believe is a Georgia Tech coxswain. He is really pulling out a lead over here, really fast pacing. Maybe Max should think about rowing, unclear, but he is just opening up some distance between him and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I would really say he's maxing it out here, wouldn't you, Lauren?
I would say that.
It's going to be interesting to see if he can maintain that speed throughout the rest of the race. I mean, there are only like 600 meters left, so you know, to some that might not seem like a lot, but to others, it's a lot. So we'll see. And you know, you can hear the crowd. They are really into it. The volume is next level. Definitely, it's like the speaker turned up well past a 38. Nobody gets excited for the racing as much as everybody does for the coxswain racing. I mean, people just really get into that. It's a fan favorite. It's always exciting to watch coxswains actually have to sweat. People just really enjoy seeing that, and it's kind of a turn the tables. They've had, you know, years and years of these coxswains yelling at them, and when they get the chance to yell at those coxswains, whew, watch out, because
that's right.
You can feel their anger. It really makes them stronger.
All right, what's looking interesting here is this race for second. Vivek, a men's coxswain, varsity men's coxswain, is neck and neck with Eric, a GT coxswain, and they are pulling away from the crowd for second and third place. But it'll be interesting to see who can sustain this.
Yeah,
and eke out that.
They're within a meter of each other and pacing side by side right now. It looks like Vivek is pulling slightly. Oh, but no, Eric has now found the next gear, and he's really dropped in. It's going to be interesting to see if Vivek can go with him or if he starts to fall off here. And then there's another race behind second and third. There's another race for fourth and fifth. It's really tight in between Rose and Joanna, and that looks to be interesting too. They're both really fighting it out in about 60 meters, 55 meters behind the lead, within 1 or 2 meters of each other. So we're going to be getting some nail biters down here at the end as we cross the line. And, you know, that's what's to be expected because, you know, with the coxswains, you'll find that they are full of surprises. It really, there's a lot of things that just, sometimes the coxswain comes in and you never knew they were going to go that fast.
That's right. Well, Max here is really just extending his lead. Last 200 meters, sort of holding there. He's about 10 splits at least faster than the rest of the pack. So it looks like Max is going to cruise to victory here in the last 150 meters. And
barring something catastrophic, yeah, it does look like
true.
That's like Max is going to be able to pull out that lead, but and Eric is pulling away from Vivek, but it ain't over yet, you know. Anything can happen in the world of coxswain. Really, really anything can happen. And yeah, still a tight race there in between. Alexa now is in it with Rosanna and Joanna and Rose. I combined their names there. Was thinking about that Toto song.
Good one.
It's a good one, yeah. Nice purdy shuffle on that one. And now Max with 4:02 time crosses the finish line. And just, you know, as this coxswain event is going on, it just reminds me of the days of yore. I just want to shout out one of the all-time greatest Erg Sprints coxswain racers that ever was, Mario the Tank Donati. Just going to shout him out. I remember him fondly in all his times there, and an icon of the coxswain event. at one of the precursor races to this guy. So yeah, now we've got 5 coxswains, 6 coxswains now crossing the finish line, and many more on the way. So it's exciting, and we've still got 5 left. Yeah, now 4 left across the finish line. 3 more coxswains left, and it's going to be who is going to close this out. It's Sadie and Sophie fighting for that last spot.
Neck and neck.
Across the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Sophie just inching away, 1 stroke at a time. Now at the crazy split of a 2:35. This is some speed, but she's easing off now. Sadie's closing the gap, but it's going to be probably a case of too little, too late as Sophie crosses the finish line and Sadie finishing it up. And ladies and gentlemen, that is our coxswain first flight race.
First flight. So in case
but
you
don't worry,
didn't think that was exciting enough, we're having a whole nother flight of the coxswains. So in this first flight, first place 4:02. Remember those times because they're going to get compared to the second flight. Max from Georgia Tech. Second place, Eric from Georgia Tech, 4:13, and third place, Vivek, 4:19 from AJ. I will give this. I think we're giving a men's and women's coxswains award. Rose Greenspan, top women, 4:25. Hopefully that will hold as we get into our second flight.
But yeah, if you like coxswains, then we've got good news for you because we've got coxswains, unlimited coxswains. So get ready for more where that came from. And there's one thing coxswains have, it's lots of speed. So we're going to see some more times that could easily be competing with these that we've seen so far. Don't think that you can sit comfortably winning the first flight.
All right, so looks like we have a couple minutes until our second flight. We're going to go on a 3-minute break here, listen to some music, get super jazzed for flight 2 of the most exciting race of the day, the coxswains. You will be seeing many varsity men's coxswains, couple of varsity women's coxswains, and they will be duking it out to be the champion.
As our producer puts on the music, I think this is a time for a Duel of Fates by John Williams. And we are back, getting ready for the next flight of the coxswain's race.
Here is what is so exciting about this flight. These are all of the senior coxswains from AJRA. So all of these young ladies, I believe they're all young women, yes. They are all their senior year. They've been with this program for a long time. Here they are duking it out in the coxswain flight 2.
Flight 2, and the coxswains from Flight 1, all they can do is sit and watch and hope that they've done enough to hopefully win one of those mallets. But, you know, you've got to be worried because there's always a bigger fish. So even if the fishes aren't that big because they're coxswains, still maxi big the coxswains can be with these splits. So we'll see. And, yeah, this is exciting. You know, we got a lot of senior coxswains, Lauren. Like a lot of senior coxswains.
Who is your favorite for this race, Coach Jacob?
Who's my favorite to win the race?
Yes.
I want to be clear that I'm saying my favorite to win the race, not my favorite coxswains, as I've made it very clear that I don't like any coxswains.
Okay.
Always I've said that. That's been my opinion from day one. But I really think we got a strong chance here from Corinne, Amy, and... yeah, that's who I'm thinking it's going to be.
See,
it's going to be Corinne, Amy, maybe MC Hadley.
My money is on either MC Hadley or Corinne, but you got to remember this. Neve, MC Hadley, and Amy Chen were all former rowers.
Right, yeah. No, I actually coached Corinne, MC, Amy, and Neve all on D Squad when they were rowers at the time. And it has been like, but they're all seniors now, so it's been like 4 or 5 years since then. So they've had plenty of time to get less good at rowing. But yeah, I think you know, I've seen a lot of them putting in miles, putting in the training since last year, working to win this event.
But here we are.
Right now, it's MC in the lead.
No, it's Olivia in the lead.
Oh, you're right.
Olivia
Del Rosario.
Olivia is sort of like the dark horse here. Can she keep it up? This would be a big coxswain upset if Olivia takes out so many former rowers.
And it is interesting. Big coxswain upset, kind of an oxymoron because
They're little.
Big and coxswains tend to be small. But yeah, that would be a huge, not to mix metaphors, but a huge upset there with Olivia. But right now, Olivia seems to be feeling the burn from her early. Well, I'm not brave enough for politics, but yeah, she seems to be feeling it. And now it looks like MC has taken the lead over Olivia there, and is now in command here with Amy and Lauren also close behind there. Yeah, Lauren and Olivia, not to be confused with Laurence Olivier, who played a lot of acting things. But yeah, it looks like Olivia and Lauren are right there behind MC, and then Emily Slawin also really having a good showing. So.
Oh yeah. Man, looks like we were really off on this.
Well, we did say MC. We did say MC Hadley, but other than that, we were really wrong. And it just goes to show you, you know.
What does it go to show you?
Coxswains are unpredictable.
Fair enough.
Sometimes they'll pull a good race. Sometimes they'll swerve into another lane and hit somebody, and sometimes they'll do great stuff. Sometimes they'll lose the rudder.
Like Lauren has pulled into second place right now.
Yeah. And it's just going to be a question of, can Emily catch Olivia? She's outpacing her, but there's only about 200 meters left to go. But yeah, it looks like commanding control of the field. MC Hadley pacing below a 2:10. No one else is really holding with that. With 200 meters left to go, it's going to take a really strong sprint here. But Lauren can smell blood, and she's going for it. She's now only 2 splits behind Emily. She's only 2 splits behind MC Hadley, and she's got.
It's tight.
She's closing the gap, but I don't think she's going to have enough to secure first place. The question is,
will they be faster than Rose?
Olivia or Emily, are they going to catch up and close the gap on Lauren? 100 meters left now, and they're about 10 meters behind, and now Olivia has fallen into 4th place with Emily Slawin at a 2:14 taking the lead, and she's not doing enough to catch Lauren, but it looks like she might be doing enough to pull ahead of Olivia and secure that 3rd place. But this is, again, as you say, Coach
Olivia
Lauren,
just put a little sprint down there.
This is what really
Olivia's going.
It's not just how they're doing in this. Are they going to be fast enough to beat Rose? and that's what it's really going to come down to overall is across the 2 flights. And now in second place, Lauren. And who's it going to be? It's, oh my gosh! Olivia by 0.3 of a second. Emily edges out Emily Swallen. And I would say, Emily, I've told you this your entire rowing career. Don't be a Connor. And I got to say, getting edged out there at the last second, kind of a Connor move. But really good showing there from all of our coxswains so far. Really exciting for our seniors to get to participate in this race. And we've got one left now. Isabella with inside of 50 meters, closing it out. But what was our time to beat with Rose?
I don't remember. We'll need to
I
look
thought
into
you
that.
were remembering.
I thought you were remembering.
I thought you were remembering.
But wow, that was actually that was exciting. Way to go, seniors at AJRA. Between Lauren, Olivia, and Emily, it was neck and neck for about a good.
It was really close.
And you can even see from the scores here, all within 3 seconds. Awesome, awesome job.
Yes, really, really exciting. Good stuff. And we're looking now to see we're looking now at our results to see who the ultimate winner of the men's and women's coxswain was.
So Rose came in at a 4:25, which means our top 3 women's coxswain finishers will be 1, MC Hadley, 2, Lauren, and 3 coming in strong start, and then huge sprint, Olivia. So way to go.
Really, really good finish, good start, and who cares about the middle? It's all just about the 2 pieces. Everybody says their 2 favorite parts of a sandwich are the 2 pieces of bread. What's in between? Who cares? Forget about it. Anyway, so the coxswain races are a little quicker because, well, they're not quicker, but they're done a little bit sooner because they're only 1,000 meters. So those have wrapped up, and now we're waiting on our next event, which should be, I believe,
D-Squad.
D-Squad.
This is the first year we've actually included our D-Squad, which is our middle school program. Did we have them last year?
Yes, because I remember I said it's D-Squad to be on.
Okay, so that's okay. So I misspoke here. We have our D-Squad race. D-Squad is our middle school program, so none of these athletes are in high school. We are a lot of cheering going on. We're very excited about that coxswain race. But so this will be a 1,000 meter race from our middle school participants. This is truly the future of AJRA when you look at in 4 or 5 years who's going to be leading this team and who to look for. That is what you're going to see coming up next.
Keep an eye out for future senior coxswains to be. But yeah, it's exciting. These D-Squad kids is completely optional. D-Squad is a developmental squad, so it's non-competitive. They actually don't race. They just come a few days a week and work out just for the heck of it, just to get better at rowing. It's a great opportunity to get introduced to the sport, build the fundamentals, be part of a team and progress from there. And it's really great because they get to volunteer to do this event, so it's the really only competitive opportunity they have throughout the year, and they always have a good time with it.
Yes.
So
they are going to be starting at 12:45. Let's take a quick break here. Come back. This is going to be exciting. We have a lot of siblings in this race, which is exciting. Hopefully, we'll get their older brothers, sisters to be cheering for them. But stay with us. You don't want to miss 12:45, the D-Squad men's showdown.
Yep, when they come back, we won't get in the way. But it's not like that. He's my brother, and that is that's the sibling thing we're going to be having. After a quick word from our sponsors, we'll be back. So I think the first question here.
Whoa. So just so everyone knows, you're back here with Lauren and Jacob, Crash AJs 2022. We are sitting down here with the queen of the women's coxswains, crushing the competition in the 1,000 meter race, Maren Claire Hadley.
Joining us here on the Home Depot bucket, Maren Claire, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. I'm seeing a trend. What are your initials for your name?
MC.
Lots of MCs in the winner's circle today.
Another trend. Hadley's family always medaling at Erg Sprints.
What can we say?
Did you feel a lot of pressure that
I
you
did.
had to carry on the family name?
The lineage.
I did. A lot of
Yeah.
pressure. You know, my parents
Yeah.
were like, if you don't win, you can't come home. So
Yeah.
I just had to get out there and do the job.
I figured you probably heard that from your sisters, Olivia and Kate, as well.
Yes.
Can't you? If you can't medal in this, you're out.
You're out of the
It's
family.
kind of like the pressure that Luke Skywalker felt when he found out that Darth Vader was his father.
Probably not at all. But anyway,
Carrying on the Skywalker name.
how do you feel about your
Definitely.
race today?
It was pretty good.
Yeah, you
It was
got
really
it.
hard. Yeah, I was pretty solid with my rhythm. So I
Yeah.
think that helped.
Okay.
How
Solid
do you feel
with the
about
rhythm.
sand?
Anyway, we thank you, Maren
As a
Claire, for
coxswain,
being here.
as a coxswain, we know MC hates sandbars, and I also hate sand because it's rough, coarse, and irritating, and gets everywhere.
Oh,
This has been a
speaking-
message brought to you by the Anti-Sand League.
Speaking of irritating, anyway, it's time now to get ready for our D Squad race.
Yes,
Maren
so excited
Claire,
to go cheer them on.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Here we go. This is now our middle school program, men. They are doing a 1,000 meter race here. This is truly the future of AJRA on the line. And we're excited to see what they're going to do. Now, as we look at this group, I see a lot of names that we should recognize. So, a Landefeld, strong past of two other AJRA rowers, Kroom, older brother Keegan, who raced today. There's probably a couple of others that maybe.
Definitely some last names that AJRA people share. Not sure if they're siblings though, but there's a possibility. I mean, it might not be a coincidence. Just like, you know, if you were looking for your lost child and you found someone on your home planet who had the same last name as you, like maybe that would be someone that would be your kid, but somehow just nobody noticed that. But whatever.
I'm not sure that happens. All right, so we are off. They are they're basically about, our leaders are 200 meters in. Mason Mims and Grant Person, neck and neck, going out really strong. I mean, this could be very exciting. Right now, Mason looks like he has about a 5-meter lead over Grant and then also John Soren. So this could be very interesting between our top 3 competitors.
Really excited to see here how Grant Person does. I mean, Grant Person, interesting name. Definitely if you were an alien from another planet, Grant Person is the kind of name you would pick. So, you know, interesting to see. I'm not saying that he is from somewhere else, but I'm not saying he's not either, because that definitely sounds like a name that someone from somewhere else would pick. So we'll see how he's doing in this race. But yeah, in lane 3,
pretty normal to
and
me
a pretty
anyway.
solid. But just like, hi, I'm Person.
No.
Hi, I'm a person.
Yeah.
That's what I always have to say when I introduce myself. So anyway, yeah,
Yes,
tight
that's
race here
accurate.
between Mason Mims, Grant Person, and John Soren. You know what? We'll just say John. All pretty tight there, within 15 meters of each other. It'd be really exciting to see here if any of these athletes, are we doing 1,000 meter or 1,500?
1,000 meters
1,000
here, so
meters.
they're about halfway done. Our leader remains Mason Mims here. He is really outpacing the competition by quite a bit here, you know, keeping his foot on the gas. Pretty exciting,
Yep.
figuratively speaking, of course.
You're definitely going to want to Mason remember that name because this is a name you might be looking out for at future Crash AJs events. Hopefully, you know, retention is very important with these younglings here, and you know, it's exciting. Here at HRA at the Crash AJs events, we're not just racing the men, we're not just racing the women, but the coxswains and the D squads too.
Yes.
They're like animals on the ergs, and they're erging.
I was going to say
Like
it's
animals.
more
It's
like
really
we're
exciting.
a big family here,
We are a big family.
and that's why everyone's included.
Everyone is included.
And so, at any rate, here we are. Let's check back. We got about 250 meters to go, basically a minute. Mason Mims remains in first. Second
Strong
place,
lead here over
we got
Grant Person.
John, and then in
John.
third, Grant. So, it's pretty close. Grant and John battling it out here for that second place. They're within 1 meter of each other. It looks like Grant has really taken down the split quite a bit. We'll see if he can sustain. But here comes John right behind him. So this is exciting. Mason.
Grant Landefeld, too, closing the gap here, tightening in, and a strong push for fourth place from Grant, less than 50 meters behind the lead. And it's really exciting, too. Just sheer displays of athleticism here from our D squad kids because, they're early, they have very little rowing experience. Technique is not necessarily something that they're all super invested in maintaining. It's just more about just pushing as hard as they can and technique, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. You're really just seeing some raw aggression here on the Ergs, and it's fun to watch.
Our first 3 are in. Congratulations, Mason here. John second, Grant third. Let's look at who comes into, Grant Person third. Grant Landefeld looks like he is about to finish here in a strong fourth place. And then here we go, Gavin Kroom coming in. So really, Lucas Ty did not tie, actually got fifth place. And we're finishing here. Our last couple are coming through. Everyone's pushing pretty hard through the end. We see the splits dropping, the intensity going up. And, to Jacob's point, these are individuals with very little technical rowing experience. So it's so fun because this is just them going as hard as they can.
They're just going ham and jam,
Just like the boats we have.
Just like the boats we have. And, Coach Lauren just really wanted to point out there, great job there with the pun on the name of Lucas Ty. Here at the Coach Lauren and Coach Jacob announcing booth, puns are our specialty. So, we're really excited for
I'm really upset at
that.
myself for making a pun.
I thought it was really great, and I was really proud of you.
Oh, thanks. All right.
It just shows that I am influential.
Yeah, that's what it shows. Okay.
Exactly.
So here we go. Our last participant in the race here is just finishing up. Pretty exciting. Last 50 meters or so. Unfortunately, it looks like it may have been a late registrant. We do not have the name, but we're happy that we have our full field completed here, 12 D-Squad men rowers. It looks like everyone has crossed the line. So again, congratulations to Mason, John, and Grant P., our top 3 D-Squad men. It looks like you are going to be really fast. Stick with rowing. You'll go far.
Please bring your friends. And if you're like me and you don't have friends, just pretend to be friends with people until they start rowing, and then you can. But just you got to bring some friends with you to join the team. This is it's all about having great people to come along and be in the boat with you. You're only as fast as the other people in your boat. So if you can get fast people in, bring them here. We're always looking to add new members and new recruits here at AJRA. We've got a spot for everyone, whether they're a lightweight or a coxswain sized, or they're 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, U17, U19. Atlanta Junior Rowing is a great place to be. So come here and join the fun.
Absolutely. And while we're just we have a couple minutes until our next race. Want to thank, of course, the city of Roswell. Great partnership here with Atlanta Juniors. We're rowing here out of 245 Azalea Drive, right near Azalea Park, right on the Chattahoochee, which is super exciting. We want you to stay tuned. Our next event is the D Squad Women. So again, middle school women, the future of our program. Hopefully we'll get to see some more siblings in this race. Really good cheering right now for this group. I see parents, I see varsity women and men athletes just really cheering on what may be their future teammates.
I see through the lies of the Jedi. And it's really exciting. Middle school is a hard time in everybody's life, and these people have chosen to make it a little bit harder by coming here on a Saturday morning and doing an Erg piece. I remember when I was in middle school, I was miserable all the time because I was weird and I had no friends. Can you believe that? And then I don't know if I would have voluntarily done an Erg piece. That's take a hard thing and make it harder. It's really exciting to see them, that level of commitment, and that's why they're voluntarily here doing this, and it's that kind of tenacity that we love to see and makes for great rowers here at AJRA. So
absolutely
cool
so
stuff.
On our program next, as I mentioned, we'll be having the D Squad Women next, our team relay, and then perhaps the real marquee event, which Coach Jacob and I are not participating in, is the Coaches 250-meter
Or
race.
are we? Yes, I did break my leg like last month, and yes, it is still very broken.
And yes,
And I'm in constant pain.
having a baby, so I will not be participating.
And I'm hopefully not having a baby, but
we hope.
But that being said, there could be a surprise inclusion there. We'll see. But yeah, I did break my leg. Have you ever broken a leg?
Nope.
They told us before we went on today. We went on the air. They said break a leg. I said already did. The head of the game. So
That, in fact, did
I was
not
pretty
happen.
excited.
All right, we have about let's take about a 4-minute break here. Get a snack. Come back for our last 3 events. They are sure to be super exciting. And we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, you definitely want to get your popcorn, because this is gonna be a good one. And now a message from me about not going skiing and breaking your leg.
At any rate, we'll see you in a couple minutes.
There was a bone sticking out of my leg.
I don't want to hear that.
right, and we've got someone joining us now on the Home Depot bucket. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. What's your name?
My name's Mason Mims.
Mason was the D Squad men's champion. Here you go, your hammer. So Mason, tell us, where do you go to school?
I go to Hightower Trail Middle School.
Awesome. And how long have you been rowing?
I've been rowing. I did a camp in the summer last year, and then I did spring squad last year, and this is my second week doing it this year. So
that's awesome.
About a year.
You doing weekday or weekend D Squad?
I'm doing Wednesday, Thursday.
Great.
Awesome.
Great.
So this is the future, ladies and gentlemen here.
Gentlemen.
Mason Mims.
For a
Hopefully
great low
we're going
rate,
to
you
see
can get
him next
online,
year here
go
with
to the general and
Novice
save some
U17
time.
Men.
Yep, exciting.
Yep.
Thank you, Mason.
No
Congratulations.
problem. Thank you.
All right. Right now
If you know someone who would like to be like Mason Mims and who's a middle schooler, tell them they should row.
Yes. All right.
Speaking
right
of
now.
rowing.
Yes. We're getting ready now here for the D Squad women's 1,000 meter race. Now, a couple of things. The first thing, and the last race, you may have heard us mention Grant Person. In fact, that individual was not Grant Person who was on that erg. That was Colt. Grant is actually going to be racing in this race. His score will count towards the D Squad men race, so that's very exciting. And then we have a couple of other young women here truly racing in the D Squad women's race. And so they're off. Very exciting.
See the wizard.
To see the wizard.
The wonderful. They're off to see the wizard.
Yes, that's right. It looks
weird
like
movie.
actually, I would agree with you there. So we got some late comers to the race who we do not have their name registered. Looks fast, but right off the bat we see lane 5, Lily Denard sort of cruising out here in front, about 4 meters ahead of Lauren Smith. Very close to my name, Lauren Smeeting. I hope she does awesome. So this should be a very good race here.
Yeah, this is exciting, and again, these D squatters are here. They had practice this morning or earlier this week. They're choosing to be here, completely voluntary. This is the one kind of competitive thing they get to do all year, and it's exciting to see them go and hear, the varsity members of the team who are more experienced cheering them on and giving them kind of a taste of what to look forward to in the future. And it's a great learning experience, and we're just really excited for them to come out and take part of this. As Lily Denard has got a pretty strong lead here. She's cruising at a pace that is pretty unmatched across the field, with Addison Brown behind her. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Lauren Smith and Addison.
And
then in lane 3.
And also the unknown sailor person.
in lane 3.
Anonymous.
Sort of like ghost erging here.
Yeah, or like Ghost Rider, starring Nicolas Cage.
Yes.
The movie celebrating just a couple weeks ago, celebrated its 15th anniversary. It was released on February 16th, 2007.
Which is super exciting, but not as exciting as Lily Denard here, going pretty good clip. Hopefully she can sustain it here through the second half of the race. She's pulling out a good lead here over lanes 3 and lane 7, who are neck and neck racing for that second and third spot.
Yeah, the closest behind her seems to be Lauren Smith, who's 10 splits off what Lily Denard is pulling right now. And Lily Denard will not be denied, as she's pulling now through the first 500 into the second half of the race, now at a 2:12, 2:13. The second closest person 30 meters behind her, pulling over 12 splits behind, and she is just walking away from the field. You can hear the fans are cheering now for Lily, and it's really exciting to see. Great performance here. Grant Person also is in the mix of things, although competing for a different event here.
Right. And so what we can see here is that pretty tight between lane 3, lane 4, Addison Brown, and lane 7, Lauren Smith. So they're in a little bit of a tight cluster here, coming in for second and third. And then actually very competitive behind them, Sophia, Grant Person, lanes 9 and 6, also very close. So everyone's getting a pretty good taste of competition right now.
Right, an interesting strategy here in lane 3, currently in third place, kind of using the identity confusion tactics displayed by Queen Amidala in episode 1 of Star Wars The Phantom Menace, where she actually the whole time was dressed up as her handmaiden and had her body double playing her.
I'm not sure if that's really
Interestingly
the same
enough,
thing.
did you know that was Keira Knightley? Did you know Keira Knightley was in that movie?
No. Anyway.
It's a fun fact. A lot of people don't know that.
I want to go back to the D squad women. These are the girls that I hope come back next year onto our competitive squad. Really want to coach them. Looks like we got some good foundational speed here. We have Lily just crossing the 150 to go, is opening up the lead. Looks like unless one of our other young women makes a big push, looks like Lily will probably walk away with this, although we see Lauren making a little push here, Addison making a push, so we'll see what happens.
Yep, and it really, Lily, even though she's backed off the pace she was holding earlier, she's just created such a commanding lead that it's just, and she's still outpacing the rest of the field. It looks like no one's going to be able to catch her. Lauren now making a push, and Lauren's going to be comfortably in second place. It's really a fight for third now between the unknown and Addison, and it's about 6 meters separating them with about 50 meters left to go. Either one of them could still pull ahead, but and in fact, it looks like Addison is closing the gap, but it just might be too little too late. And it looks like the unknown D-squatter is going to be pulling into third here with Addison in fourth, followed closely by Sophia and
Sophia and Grant just getting into the last 1,000 meters, so that's basically the last 10 strokes of the race. Looks like they're pushing it out, trying to bring that split down. Again, this is D squad. They have not had a lot of technical rowing, right? They're maybe rowing 1 to 2 days a week here at AJRA, maybe some 3, and yet, they're just going after it, and can't be more proud than an athlete who is just trying to go as hard as they can and get across that finish line as fast as they can.
And now Sophia closing out the women's D squad, and Grant is going to be closing out here any minute. For those of you who are feeling like it's deja vu all over again, it's like he's a person and his name is Grant again. Actually, he was in the men's D squad race. That was actually Colt, and Grant now is completing his time in this other race to be compared to the first ones.
Yes.
But yeah, great showing there from our G squad women and Grant.
Yes, you can see the results here on the board. Great job, Lily. Hopefully we'll get her here to talk to us in a couple of minutes. But pretty exciting about the future of AJRA. And again, as Coach Jacob said, if you know your friends, family, relatives,
neighbors, even people you don't know. Sometimes you can just walk up to random people on the street and tell them, hey, you should do rowing. There's no harm in it. And I mean, it's kind of weird, but we're always looking for people. So bring them on down. They can be the next contestant on The Price is Right.
They could. All right, so right now, we are clearing off the ergs. We are getting ready for the relay event. Now,
it's going to be really fun.
So how the relay event works is really our top erg performers across the board are in a group of 4. It's, I believe, 2 men, 2 women, and they each do 500 meters and are competing against Georgia Tech, I believe, has an entry. AJRA has a couple of entries, and so it's always exciting. You really never know who's going to get this. A 500-meter piece is totally different than I would say a 2,000-meter piece.
Right, yeah, 500-meter piece is definitely shorter than 2,000 meters.
By 1,500 meters.
Yeah, by a decent amount. And Lauren, the other thing you got to think about is there's a lot of strategery involved in the performance here, because you've got to transition. One person gets off, the other person gets on, a sort of passing of the baton, if you will.
Yes.
And you can lose a lot of time in that transition. So if oftentimes, like, the teams that do well are the teams that have the best, fastest rowers, but the team that wins has the best rowers and the best strategy. Strategery is really important.
All right, so hopefully on your screen you can see the list of our competitors. So essentially, we have several Georgia Tech crews, something called the Georgia Tech Mega Pair. Not totally sure what that is. We'll get back to you on that. At AJRA, we've broken into our top 8 varsity ergs, so think not first year rower, and then our top 8 novice ergs. So this could be pretty interesting. We saw some good scores from those U17 novice folks. They usually come in here and always shake things up a little bit. And then, interesting, we have the Georgia Tech coxswains doing a relay race. Now, they just came off the erg from their 1K. They did have some very fast times, so this will be interesting to see what the Georgia Tech coxswains do.
Lauren, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say they're probably not going to win this event.
Hey, you never know.
Mason's out. So.
You never know until you know, but then you know that you knew that you know. But
Right.
yeah. Anyway, we're waiting for this event to begin, and while we're waiting, I was wondering, Lauren, have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I think that means it's time for us to take another short break. It is about 1:09. Be back here at 1:15 or just a minute before, maybe 1:14. We'll get started with the sort of the most fun event of this.
It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Anyway, we'll get started with the relays. Don't
Darth
lose us.
Plagueis was a Dark Lord of the Sith, so powerful.
All right. Back here, Coach Lauren here at the CRASH AJs 2022 edition. We are here with our team relay event. Now, this is pretty exciting. So, Georgia Tech and AJRA put together different relay teams. It's 2 men, 2 women on each team. Each individual has to do 500 meters. As said earlier, if you were with us, the key is not only how fast can you go for 500 meters, but how efficiently can you switch the athletes, because as they rotate on and off the erg, which you'll see here when they start on the screen. We have AJRA has 2 teams of varsity, 1, 2, 3, 4 from men and women, and then 2 teams of novice, same thing. Looks like Georgia Tech has put together some novices, some coxswains, and some of their best varsity.
And
So
Lauren, I am interested in this race, but there's a really cute dog over there that's distracting me a little bit. But I'm interested to see this Georgia Tech mega pair. That's a bold name to choose if you're not planning on winning. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, off the bat, it looks to be Georgia Tech Team 2 and AJA Varsity 1.
Now, one thing to remember, though, here is that you can't always compare. So, assuming, if you will, that men may go a couple splits faster than women, you may see that there may be...
Kind of an outdated view, Lauren.
It is.
It's 21st century.
I agree. But there may be some strategy as to who you start with and who you end with here, is all I'm saying.
Right.
So it's hard that you may see the leaderboard switch more than once, but I do agree. I think that women can go as fast as men and are smarter and should make equal pay.
Women's soccer team.
That's right.
Big deal. I was about to say, yeah, they should be paid. Probably be paid more, if anything. But
anyway, here we are. We're getting into almost the first switch here, and coming into that AJRA.
And that's going to be really
1.
interesting. You might see a lead change here. I mean, the switch can make it. I mean, so first place is in the lead by only 20 meters, although they're really outpacing now second place of GT Team 2. But it's really interesting. I mean, you can lose the lead with a switch, and 50 meters left before the switch. So really, really, really something to look forward to as we relay something to look forward to.
Here it goes.
And here comes the switcheroo. This is where the fun begins.
You can see how the boats basically stopped, and now they're starting to build up speed again.
Right.
So our first top 3 teams have, in fact, made the switch. It looks like right now AJRA Varsity 1 still ahead, although GT Team 2 is just at about the same pace, as are the GT Novice 1. So this is pretty interesting. Neck and neck here on this second person in the relay. Very similar pacing across GTs, many of the GT teams in AJRA Varsity 1. AJRA Varsity 2 actually come in hot here, also right on the mark. So it's very close right now, as I could say. Does look like the Georgia Tech Coxswains are falling a little bit behind. That's okay. We commend them for doing this relay race in addition to their 1,000
Right. You know what? It's impressive that they made it, and even if they're still falling behind, at least they're still flying half a ship. So yeah, they are coming in pretty hot here, but it could be. It looks to be AJRA Varsity 1 in the lead, but GT 2 and
here comes the
GT
mega
Novice 1. Oh yeah, here comes the mega pair, dropping that split down there. Very nice. Somebody is going after it. The fastest boat in the race right now is the GT mega pair, and they could be closing that gap. I mean, 100 meters is not a lot to make up in a relay like this.
All right, we're gearing up here for the next switch, all right? So AJRA 1 in the lead, but approaching that switch, you can see time sort of goes up, and then the boat stops, and here we go. Person is on, bringing it back down.
But it really does. It takes a lot of work to get that fan back up and moving again, and now someone is going at it. They're really going in. But the GT Mega Pair is really, really making moves here. Second fastest boat on the course still. I think that, I don't know who's on there right now, but they just had a switch. And now they're really moving, but GT Team 1 is also showing up. But it looks to be AJRA Varsity 1. If I had to guess, this looks like they've gone with the classic strategy of men's rower, women's rower, women's rower, men's rower.
I don't know. Actually, I think it was men, women, women, man. That's what I think is happening. But I don't actually
literally
know.
what I just said.
Oh, I wasn't listening to you.
You
I'm
haven't been
too
the whole
excited about this race that we're seeing right here.
This is pretty exciting.
GT Mega Bear coming in. They started off slow, but they now have the fastest split right now by about 15 splits.
Oh no, AJRA Varsity 2 has
Back in
got
it.
something to say.
Back
Looks
in
like
it.
they're going with the strategy of men's rower, women's rower, men's rower, women's rower, maybe?
Who knows?
Unclear.
Um,
But yeah, the strategery and the mental aspect really does play a huge part in it, and they are closing that gap quickly. I mean, they are.
Here comes the
Hi,
Mega
dog.
Pair. Here comes the Mega Pair. Mega Pair has just propelled themselves.
Wow.
Into
Do
second
not
place.
despair. It's the Mega Pair. Really, really impressive showing from them, moving it along. And challenging AJRA Varsity 1, which has come to a stop now during this transition.
All right, come on, AJRA Varsity 1.
If Mega Pair can have a smooth transition here, they might clear their way into second place over GT Team 2.
And even AJRA Varsity 1.
AJRA Varsity 1, yeah, it's tight. And wow, really strong pickup here from Mega Pair to
Only
close
50
it out.
meters behind with 350 to go. AJRA Varsity 1 has their sort of anchor person on there going stroke for stroke with GT Mega Pair.
And it's going to be a battle for third place here between AJRA Varsity 2, GT Team 2, and yeah, those look to be, and yeah, they're battling for third. Is it going to be AJRA or is it going to be GT? Which team is going to have two hammers at the end of this event? As it looks like GT Mega Pair is comfortably in second and AJRA Varsity 1 is comfortably in first, but it's tight. AJRA Varsity 2 is currently outpacing GT Team 2.
They're behind by 10 meters.
But they got 10
Will they
meters
have
to
enough?
make up with only about 200 meters left to go. And now coming into the last 50 meters, it is AJRA Varsity Team 1 really hammering it down here. They are at a 121, 122. Yes, and Mega Pair now coming into the last 50. And it's less now than 7 meters separating GT Team 2 and AJRA Varsity 1. But does AJRA Varsity 2 have enough to close it out?
Come
Is it going
on,
to be
come
enough?
on.
They're within 5 meters. It's going to be tight. Looks like it's going to be GT Team 2 by just over a second.
Whoa.
Wow.
And then
what a crazy finish there between
not
those
far
two.
behind GT Novice
And
1.
there's still, yeah, GT Novice 2 and AJRA Novice 1 are also neck and neck. They're within 1 meter of each other as they approach the final 50 meters. And AJRA Novice 1 outpacing them, but will it be enough? AJRA Novice 1 is now pulled ahead of GT Novice 2. Wow. And both of them just barely edging out AJRA Novice 2. And then we're now inside the last 2 strokes. And then with the 250 meters, 300 meters left to go, the GT Coxswains are also participating. And and now, ladies and gentlemen, I think something we've all been waiting for. Coach Lauren, what's next?
It is the coach's race next. So, in fact, Coach Jacob is going to be participating in this on his broken leg. Not sure if that's a great idea.
Somehow Palpatine came back, and I think I can do it too. I'm going to be competing. My leg is, in fact, broken. I went to the doctor earlier this week, got another x-ray. My bones are still not entirely joined together, but, you know.
For the record, I think this is a bad idea, but Coach Jacob wants to do this, so he's going to go get ready. We are going to be starting in 5 minutes with the coaches relay. We'll stay on air for right now. I'm going to be bringing in some guest commentators, and hopefully we'll get to you the champion relay, the champion team relay for Crash AJs to AJRA Varsity 1. We'll get that awarded and get them over here in just a minute.
As has been said many times before, I've got a bad feeling about this. But
Me too.
We'll see how it goes.
All right. Good luck to Jacob. Hopefully he
you.
doesn't break another leg.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to say when you tell someone to break a leg.
Oh, is it?
But I'm already there.
All right, and the GT Coxswains did just cross the finish line, a little bit behind the other teams, but again, hey, you can't win if you're not trying, or you can't win if you don't enter.
100% of the shots you don't take.
That's right. Thank you, Michael Jordan. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Yes, it is.
It's not.
Well, if somebody on the air knows who is the author of that quote, that would be great. I think it's Mike. I'm going to attribute it to the one, the only Michael Jordan. All right, so we are here, Crash AJs. Last event of the day is coming up here at 1:30. That is, of course, the coaches relay. Now, you may remember last year, yeah, Lily, I can't find Emily. I'm still on here. You may remember last year, Coach Sean Gibble was, in fact, the men's coach champion. Sean, do you think you're going to be able to do that again this year?
I got some pretty stiff competition. I'm going to go for a two-peat.
Okay.
Two-peat, repeat.
Okay.
Yes.
Can't say I'm stiff competition just because there's a metal rod in my leg.
Yeah, I got where did you get? Third place last year, Coach Jacob?
Something like that.
Okay, so so we have Coach Sean going for his two-peat. On the women's side, we actually have more competitors this year. Last year, it was Coach Clara on sabbatical from her time at Brown that actually won for the women's coaches. And but this year, we got a few more names. So I am actually, because I don't want to sit here alone and just talk to myself for the next 10 minutes, I have Lily. Lily is one of our varsity women. Lily, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Coach Lauren. How are you?
I'm doing well. How is your erg piece?
It wasn't quite what I wanted.
Okay.
But there's always another erg piece to make up for it.
That's right. You will have plenty of opportunities. So,
yes, for sure.
How are you feeling about the coaches' race?
I'm really excited to watch this.
Okay.
We have, of course, Coach Jacob with his broken leg competing in his khakis.
This is a terrible idea.
Yes. I also see Coach Matt and Coach Sean. I know both the Coach Sarahs, Coach Hudnall and Coach Darling, are competing along with Coach Kat.
Now, interesting here. We just got our leaderboard. So we have Coach Will, one of our varsity men's coaches in here. I think
he's a big wild card.
Yeah, he is a wild card. He seems to be like he's coming over to the erg in jeans. I'm not sure how that's going to go for him. We have Coach Wesley Kaysen. Coach Wesley Kaysen, a recent AJ area alum. You hear the cheering. That's for Coach Will in his jeans. Wesley Kaysen, recent AJ area alum, coaches our D squad. Coach Tim is one of the GT coaches. He might be also a wild card.
He is, because we don't really know much about him.
No, we don't. And then Coach Mike, you got to give props to Coach Mike.
For sure.
Coach Mike is a D squad coach. His son rose at UPenn. He's out here to make UPenn and his son proud. And then, of course, Coach Sean. Do you want to talk about our women's coaches, Lily?
Sure. So Coach Catherine, I also feel like is a bit of a wild card.
Yeah.
I haven't really seen her in action before because she wasn't here last year. And then we've got Coach Hudnall and Coach Darling. I know Coach Hudnall was in the relays last year.
Yeah, just got edged out second place by Coach Clara. But at that time, Coach Hudnall was, in fact, training for a marathon. So we don't know exactly what's happening now. And now I think Coach Sarah Darling may be another wild card. She's been doing Orange Theory. And, there is
an erg component to
There is an erg component. Well, we're going to see how fit these Orange Theory folks are. Now, it looks like we are just moments away from this 200-meter burner race, winner take all. There's a lot of emotion riding on this. No one wants to lose, but we'll see what happens.
Big crowd today.
There is a big crowd. Who do you think is going to have the most fans?
I'm thinking probably Coach Sean might have the most fans, or Jacob RX will have some lookers for sure.
Yeah, I think so. I'm wondering, will the women gotta support Coach Kat, Coach Sarah 2, and Sarah 3? But we'll see. It's gonna be exciting. We see the crowd gathering. We're 1 minute away from the premier event. But overall, Lily, how do you think Crash AJs has gone for the women and men's team?
I think it's been very successful. I've heard about a lot of PRs.
Yes.
Which is great. And there is currently a Georgia Tech chant for their head coach, Tim.
Yeah.
Head coach?
Yes. He may be the novice coach.
The coach, Tim.
Yes. Coach Tim of Georgia Tech. Actually, I think he has the most fans. There's a lot of chanting of Tech. Okay, Coach Jacob trying to get a chant of his own name instead of anything else. All right, here we go. We're waiting for the flywheels to stop so that everyone starts from a dead stop here. Once that happens, we are going to be good to go. It is going to be exciting. It will be over before you know it. Probably no more than 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes peeled. All right, Lily, who's going to do this?
My money, I think, is on Coach Sean again this year.
Me too. Me too. And I'm going to go underdog Coach Kat taking it home for the women.
Yeah.
Here we go. And they are off. You can hear the screaming. You can hear it. Everyone off. Aggressive current pace. Coach Sean Gibblewater to 114, showing those guys how it's done around here to get out fast. On the women's side, Coach Sarah Hudnall also out like a
crushing it.
Lightning bolt there, under 130. Hopefully our girls are watching. That is how you get off the line fast, man.
Looks like Coach Sean is taking.
Oh, he does.
Taking the win.
Oh my goodness. As I said, 30 seconds and it's over before you know it.
Yes.
Coach Sean smoked the competition here. Smoked the competition. 3 seconds ahead of Coach Tim. Sorry, Georgia Tech, the chant didn't get you. And then Coach Matt Page on the medal stand again, second year in a row. He is small, but he is feisty. And then for the women's side, way to go, Coach Sarah Hudnall, taking it home for our women's team, beating a couple of men. Not that it's, we're going to mention that, but awesome job to our coaches. So Lily, what do you think? Do you think there's going to be tears tonight over these results?
I don't think there will be tears, but I think there will be celebrations.
That's probably true. Coach Sean will be hoisting a trophy over his head tonight. Super excited. In fact, he did that in khakis. Let's have Coach Sean come over here. Champion Coach Sean. Coach Sean, the coach's champion here. Here we go. Sit on the winner's bucket.
Oh, I did it, guys.
Tell us, why did you work in khakis?
Oh, well, I didn't have a change of clothes today.
Okay, well we could have been maybe slightly more prepared, but that's okay. Do you see this? You crushed the competition.
It was good. It was a good race, though. Yeah.
You were very fast off the line. Is that the strategy you're teaching your boys?
Yes, fast off the line, get in front, get that psychological advantage.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh boy.
Which is exactly what you did. Congratulations
You're
on your
asking so many questions right now.
on your 2P. You can go catch your breath.
All right, thank you.
Oh, we need our women's champion.
Yes, Coach Hudnall.
Okay, our women's coaches champion, Sarah Hudnall.
Hello.
How was that?
It was amazing for me personally. Just kidding. That was maybe the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Were you trying to avenge your loss last year?
I was
to Clara.
trying to avenge my loss to Coach Clara.
And you.
How does it feel to beat a cripple?
This is.
I don't think I beat you.
We didn't get your split actually. We can't see it.
Yeah, unless you were this. Anyway,
I did beat.
That was me.
Okay.
So yeah, you didn't beat a cripple.
Injured.
Anyway, injured is the more appropriate term.
Mm-hmm.
You were fast off the line.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed. We got to teach that to the girls, right? Yes.
It's all about being fast off the line and just riding it.
Yes. All right. Well, congratulations on your big championship.
Thank you so much.
Way to take home the gold.
I don't know
today.
that I'll be back next year, but.
Okay. All right. We are now gonna sign off. So last things to say first. Thank you to Lily who helped me guest announce the coaches race. Jacob is back now after his erging and the tie in unisuit. And we just really want to, number one, thank the parents who helped us. Always great to have our parent support, and thank the city of Roswell for their partnership here. Anything
Thank you for
else?
the entire community of HRA that makes
Yes.
HRA the great community it is. And thank you to Home Depot for not sponsoring us. Home
Maybe
Depot,
next year.
More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
Maybe next
and,
year we'll get
that's all from me. Thank you all for tuning in.
And
May
if
the
you
force
were,
be with you.
And if you were counting, Coach Jacob made over 50 terrible puns today. So thanks for hanging with us for 6 hours. All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.